advancements in science and technology while enhancing Indonesia's presence in the global research community. This year's seminar serves as a platform to highlight the achievement of the 2025 grant recipients and to welcome the researchers selected for the 2026 Asahi Glass Foundation Research Grant. ITB sincerely expresses its gratitude to the Asahi Glass Foundation for its unwavering commitment and continued support. Together, we look forward to strengthening this partnership and fostering innovations that creates a more sustainable and inspiring future. For more than 30 years, the Asahi Glass Foundation and Institut Teknologi Bandung have maintained a strong partnership dedicated to advancing research and innovation. Since the collaboration began in 1988, the foundation has supported research across a wide range of disciplines, including material science, life science, information science, environmental studies, energy, social science, architecture, and urban engineering. Every year, research grants from the Asahi Glass Foundation empower 14 ITB researchers to pursue impactful scientific discoveries and innovative solutions. This enduring collaboration has contributed to numerous advancements in science and technology while enhancing Indonesia's presence in the global research community. This year's seminar serves as a platform to highlight the achievement of the 2025 grant recipients and to welcome the researchers selected for the 2026 Asahi Glass Foundation Research Grant. ITB sincerely expresses its gratitude to the Asahi Glass Foundation for its unwavering commitment and continued support. Together, we look forward to strengthening this partnership and fostering innovations that creates a more sustainable and inspiring future. For more than 30 years, the Asahi Glass Foundation and Institut Teknologi Bandung have maintained a strong partnership dedicated to advancing research and innovation. Since the collaboration began in 1988, the foundation has supported research across a wide range of disciplines, including material science, life science, information science, environmental studies, energy, social science, architecture, and urban engineering. Every year, research grants from the Asahi Glass Foundation empower 14 ITB researchers to pursue impactful scientific discoveries and innovative solutions. This enduring collaboration has contributed to numerous advancements in science and technology while enhancing Indonesia's presence in the global research community. This year's seminar serves as a platform to highlight the achievement of the 2025 grant recipients and to welcome the researchers selected for the 2026 Asahi Glass Foundation Research Grant. ITB sincerely expresses its gratitude to the Asahi Glass Foundation for its unwavering commitment and continued support. Together, we look forward to strengthening this partnership and fostering innovations that creates a more sustainable and inspiring future. For more than 30 years, the Asahi Glass Foundation and Institut Teknologi Bandung have maintained a strong partnership dedicated to advancing research and innovation. Since the collaboration began in 1988, the foundation has supported research across a wide range of disciplines, including material science, life science, information science, environmental studies, energy, social science, architecture, and urban engineering. Every year, research grants from the Asahi Glass Foundation empower 14 ITB researchers to pursue impactful scientific discoveries and innovative solutions. This enduring collaboration has contributed to numerous advancements in science and technology while enhancing Indonesia's presence in the global research community. This year's seminar serves as a platform to highlight the achievement of the 2025 grant recipients and to welcome the researchers selected for the 2026 Asahi Glass Foundation Research Grant. ITB sincerely expresses its gratitude to the Asahi Glass Foundation for its unwavering commitment and continued support. Together, we look forward to strengthening this partnership and fostering innovations that creates a more sustainable and inspiring future. For more than 30 years, the Asahi Glass Foundation and Institut Teknologi Bandung have maintained a strong partnership dedicated to advancing research and innovation. Since the collaboration began in 1988, the foundation has supported research across a wide range of disciplines, including material science, life science, information science, environmental studies, energy, social science, architecture, and urban engineering. Every year, research grants from the Asahi Glass Foundation empower 14 ITB researchers to pursue impactful scientific discoveries and innovative solutions. This enduring collaboration has contributed to numerous advancements in science and technology while enhancing Indonesia's presence in the global research community. This year's seminar serves as a platform to highlight the achievement of the 2025 grant recipients and to welcome the researchers selected for the 2026 Asahi Glass Foundation Research Grant. ITB sincerely expresses its gratitude to the Asahi Glass Foundation for its unwavering commitment and continued support. Together, we look forward to strengthening this partnership and fostering innovations that creates a more sustainable and inspiring future. For more than 30 years, the Asahi Glass Foundation and Institut Teknologi Bandung have maintained a strong partnership dedicated to advancing research and innovation. Since the collaboration began in 1988, the foundation has supported research across a wide range of disciplines, including material science, life science, information science, environmental studies, energy, social science, architecture, and urban engineering. Every year, research grants from the Asahi Glass Foundation empower 14 ITB researchers to pursue impactful scientific discoveries and innovative solutions. This enduring collaboration has contributed to numerous advancements in science and technology while enhancing Indonesia's presence in the global research community. This year's seminar serves as a platform to highlight the achievement of the 2025 grant recipients and to welcome the researchers selected for the 2026 Asahi Glass Foundation Research Grant. ITB sincerely expresses its gratitude to the Asahi Glass Foundation for its unwavering commitment and continued support. Together, we look forward to strengthening this partnership and fostering innovations that creates a more sustainable and inspiring future. For more than 30 years, the Asahi Glass Foundation and Institut Teknologi Bandung have maintained a strong partnership dedicated to advancing research and innovation. Since the collaboration began in 1988, the foundation has supported research across a wide range of disciplines, including material science, life science, information science, environmental studies, energy, social science, architecture, and urban engineering. Every year, research grants from the Asahi Glass Foundation empower 14 ITB researchers to pursue impactful scientific discoveries and innovative solutions. This enduring collaboration has contributed to numerous advancements in science and technology while enhancing Indonesia's presence in the global research community. This year's seminar serves as a platform to highlight the achievement of the 2025 grant recipients and to welcome the researchers selected for the 2026 Asahi Glass Foundation Research Grant. ITB sincerely expresses its gratitude to the Asahi Glass Foundation for its unwavering commitment and continued support. Together, we look forward to strengthening this partnership and fostering innovations that creates a more sustainable and inspiring future. For more than 30 years, the Asahi Glass Foundation and Institut Teknologi Bandung have maintained a strong partnership dedicated to advancing research and innovation. Since the collaboration began in 1988, the foundation has supported research across a wide range of disciplines, including material science, life science, information science, environmental studies, energy, social science, architecture, and urban engineering. Every year, research grants from the Asahi Glass Foundation empower 14 ITB researchers to pursue impactful scientific discoveries and innovative solutions. This enduring collaboration has contributed to numerous advancements in science and technology while enhancing Indonesia's presence in the global research community. This year's seminar serves as a platform to highlight the achievement of the 2025 grant recipients and to welcome the researchers selected for the 2026 Asahi Glass Foundation Research Grant. ITB sincerely expresses its gratitude to the Asahi Glass Foundation for its unwavering commitment and continued support. Together, we look forward to strengthening this partnership and fostering innovations that creates a more sustainable and inspiring future. For more than 30 years, the Asahi Glass Foundation and Institut Teknologi Bandung have maintained a strong partnership dedicated to advancing research and innovation. Since the collaboration began in 1988, the foundation has supported research across a wide range of disciplines, including material science, life science, information science, environmental studies, energy, social science, architecture, and urban engineering. Every year, research grants from the Asahi Glass Foundation empower 14 ITB researchers to pursue impactful scientific discoveries and innovative solutions. This enduring collaboration has contributed to numerous advancements in science and technology while enhancing Indonesia's presence in the global research community. This year's seminar serves as a platform to highlight the achievement of the 2025 grant recipients and to welcome the researchers selected for the 2026 Asahi Glass Foundation Research Grant. ITB sincerely expresses its gratitude to the Asahi Glass Foundation for its unwavering commitment and continued support. Together, we look forward to strengthening this partnership and fostering innovations that creates a more sustainable and inspiring future. For more than 30 years, the Asahi Glass Foundation and Institut Teknologi Bandung have maintained a strong partnership dedicated to advancing research and innovation. Since the collaboration began in 1988, the foundation has supported research across a wide range of disciplines, including material science, life science, information science, environmental studies, energy, social science, architecture, and urban engineering. Every year, research grants from the Asahi Glass Foundation empower 14 ITB researchers to pursue impact.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think we are ready to start our event. May I kindly request your attention that food is prohibited in this area, also colored and flavored drinks. So you can bring just the plain water inside this auditorium. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the grand ceremony and seminar on research findings assisted by the Asahi Glass Foundation 2026. To begin with, it is my great honor and pleasure to extend a warm welcome to our distinguished guests from the Asahi Glass Foundation, Senior Executive Director Dr. Naoki Sugimoto, Director of Research Grant Mr. Hiroshi Usui, Director of Scholarship AGC Japan Dr. Hidefumi Odaka, Acting Director for Research and Innovation from Institut Teknologi Bandung, Dr. Grand Prix Kaja, all ITB officials, and all participants. Today's seminar will feature two presentations, the morning and the afternoon sessions. And between the sessions, we showcase the posters at the gallery outside, followed by the opening and the grand presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my privilege to invite the Acting Director for Research and Innovation from ITB to deliver the opening remarks and officially declare today's seminar open. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Grand Prix Kaza.
Check. Yeah. Good morning. Check, check. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for attending this wonderful occasion. I warmly welcome our distinguished guests from Asahi Glass Foundation, Dr. Naoki Sugimoto, uh, Mr. Hiroshi Ushui, and Dr. Hidefumi Odaka. We have make a little conversation before. Thank you so much, and we welcome you again to Bandung. And allow me to represent the Directorate for Research and Innovation to welcome all the grantees, all the participants. We have 14 presenters that will deliver the results of research in the past years, and we will have 14 new grantees that will receive the fundings as well as the certificate of fundings, and hopefully similar to previous research, I believe ITB will deliver an excellent results just as usual. And Asahi Glass Foundation have been our long and sustainable partners starting 1988. So Asahi Glass Foundation, the AGF, have given the fundings to ITB for almost 40 years. So thank you so much. Can we have applause for the Asahi Glass Foundation? And in almost 40 years, there are around 394, so almost 400 research projects that have been funded by the AGF. As I told Usui-san before, I have been the recipient for AGF research fund for 3 times. So now I am forbidden to apply because the maximum number of recipients is 3 times. And I think Pak Satria also 3 times ya Pak. This would be your last time. But thank you very much for this long and strong partnership. And I believe ITB and AGF will form a stronger and even stronger cooperation in the near future. And thank you so much for your support. And after this, we will have presentation for all the researchers, and I believe all research are excellent. I think most of them have been uh, uh, deliver the outcomes as promised, even better, even higher than what was promised in the proposals. So thank you again for your continued supports to ITB, and hereby I formally open this wonderful occasion on behalf of the Office of Vice Rector for Research and Innovation. Thank you very much, everyone.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Kaja. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to welcome the Senior Executive Director of the Asahi Glass Foundation. It is my pleasure to invite Dr. Naoki Sugimoto to deliver his remarks. Please welcome him with a warm round of applause.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction. And I also thank Dr. Grand Prix Kaja for the opening address as acting director of Directorate Riset dan Inovasi ITB. Selamat pagi, everyone. Perkenalkan, saya Naoki Sugimoto, Direktur Eksekutif Senior Asahi Glass Foundation. Merupakan suatu kehormatan besar bagi saya untuk memberikan sambutan pada pembukaan seminar hasil riset ITB ini. I hope my Indonesian was understandable. Thank you. The Asahi Glass Foundation began its grant program with ITB in 1988. Since then, the foundation has supported 394 topics, as Grand Prix said. I understand that the Indonesian government places science and technology at the core of economic development and national strengths. I believe the research supported by this grant program is in line with that important vision of Indonesia. When I looked through the agenda for today's seminar, I was impressed by the diversity of the research topics. Today's presentations range from water and environment science to digital innovation, healthcare, and sustainable energy. This wide range clearly demonstrates how science and research are deeply connected to our lives and to the future of society. I'm very much looking forward to learning from the valuable findings that will be shared today. We hope that all these research efforts, past, present, and future, will serve not only to Indonesia but also to the world, advancing the technology, strengthening the economy, and protecting the environment. Thank you very much. Terima kasih banyak.
For more than 30 years, the Asahi Glass Foundation and Institut Teknologi Bandung have maintained a strong partnership dedicated to advancing research and innovation. Since the collaboration began in 1988, the foundation has supported research across a wide range of disciplines, including material science, life science, information science, environmental studies, energy, social science, architecture, and urban engineering. Every year, research grants from the Asahi Glass Foundation empower 14 ITB researchers to pursue impactful scientific discoveries and innovative solutions. This enduring collaboration has contributed to numerous advancements in science and technology while enhancing Indonesia's presence in the global research community. This year's seminar serves as a platform to highlight the achievement of the 2025 grant recipients and to welcome the researchers selected for the 2026 Asahi Glass Foundation Research Grant. ITB sincerely expresses its gratitude to the Asahi Glass Foundation for its unwavering commitment and continued support. Together, we look forward to strengthening this partnership and fostering innovations that creates a more sustainable and inspiring future.
Wow, once more, let's give a big round of applause for Asahi Glass Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now proceed to the morning's seminar session. Before that, we would like to also give you the important information regarding the certificate of participation. To receive your certificate, please complete this. You can scan this QR code, okay? And then be sure to check in before the morning seminar session begins. And finally, please remember to check out after the afternoon session finish. So it means that you have to stay for the entire sessions to be able to get your certificate. So please note that only those who attend both sessions will get the certificate, and it will be issued electronically via your email directly after you finish. Yeah. Okay, so moving on, this morning session is held under the theme of Earth Sciences, Environment and Socio-Spatial Development, featuring presentation by Brian Bramanto PhD from the Faculty of Earth Sciences and Technology, Dr. Rernat Suliskania Nurfitri from the Faculty of Earth Sciences and Technology, Dr. Eng Eka Oktarianto Nugroho from the Faculty of Civil and Environmental Engineering, Professor Dr. Insinyur Satria Bijaksana from the Faculty of Mining and Petroleum Engineering, Professor Dr. Delik Hudalah from the School of Architecture, Planning and Policy Development, Dr. Fikri Zulfahmi from the School of Architecture, Planning and Policy Development, and last but not least, Santi Novani PhD from the School of Business and Management. Ladies and gentlemen, this morning session will be graciously moderated by Dr. Eng Rahmawati from the School of Electrical Engineering and Informatics ITB. With the highest respect, I now have the honor of inviting Dr. Rahmawati to take the floor and lead the session. Hello, Dr. Rahmawati.
Hello, good morning, Ibu Usi. Okay, shall I take my place? Okay. Good morning, distinguished guests, speakers, and participants. I'm Rahmawati. I'm from School of Electrical Engineering and Informatics, ITB. And today it's my pleasure to welcome you to the seminar on Research Findings 2026, assisted by the Asahi Glass Foundation morning sessions. And these morning sessions will focus on earth science, environment, and socio-spatial development. So there will be 7 speakers in these morning sessions in total. I would like to kindly remind each speaker that each speaker has total 15 minutes with 10 minutes presentations and about 4 minutes question and answer discussions. Yeah, okay. Without further ado, let's us begin with the first speaker. The first speaker would be Bapak Brian Bramanto, STMT PhD from the FITB, ITB, with entitled Innovative Approaches to Hydrological Monitoring in Indonesia Using Geodetic or Gravimetric Techniques. Please to Bapak Brian to come forward and take your place. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So I need to check it first. Okay. So, sorry, I think I need to stand to this side because it has a timing. So good morning, everyone. It is very an honor for me to present in here and also to obtain the grant for the last year. So this is really helpful for us. I mean, like we are a team, more focusedly mostly in Faculty of Earth Sciences and Technology Bandung. So we have here me as myself, Brian Bramanto. I'm from Geodesy and Geomatics Department, and also Dr. Dudi Wijaya from the same department as I am. And the next one should be Rais Abdullah, Dr. Rais. He is from Meteorology Department, and also Madam Takia, Dr. Madam Takia. She is from Geodesy and Geomatics Department with focusly major in meteorology. And we have several students here, Rafli Mazarazi and also Rahayu Lestari, that are involved in this team actually. So this is really interesting for me to tell more about the title itself. So this is the title is, as we can see, it is an innovative approach. What is the innovative between from the geodetics perspective actually? So for those who are not really into with the geodesy and also geomatics fields actually, so we mostly focus on position. So we measure position accurately. So for example, here at ITB, we have latitude, longitude, and elevation precisely up to millimeter level. So in conventional ways, this position is the most parameters that we analyze actually. And in this particular reasons, so we would like to see further about what can we do with these tools anyway. So at the current, we, even in our mobile phone, we have GPS, right? So it can also measure, but with the current level at some levels. So we try to combine between geodetic and gravimetric because these two are the core of the geodesy itself. We call it as three pillars of geodesy: position, gravity, and also its changes relative over the time. So we measure the changes of position and we measure the changes of gravity. So basically that's sort of the story. And I would like to define this presentation into 4 parts. Just some overview of geodetic techniques here. So I would like to mention INSAR, GNSS, GRACE, gravity satellites, altimetry, and so on and so on. And then the second one, I would like to, for the first case, is the hydrograph variability monitoring across Indonesia using these geodetic techniques. And maybe the other case about the groundwater depletion in Bandung Basin. And the third case is the sea level rise in the Java Sea, which is I believe that this all serve as a hot issues in Indonesia because we know exactly the variability of meteorological El Nino, La Nina, and so on, drought, and so on. How can we measure it precisely? And maybe the subsidence, the groundwater depletion in Indonesia, and the last case is the sea level rise itself. So this is just some overview. I would not talk into detail regarding this matter. So we have this. The first is the satellite gravity of GRACE. So basically, it measure the distance between satellites here. So for example, if you can imagine if the Earth is homogeneous, so the distance between its satellites remain the same. So if we have somehow a huge mountain here, then the distance will be shorter or longer. So the changes in distance, we can invert it to gravity changes itself. So basically, by measuring the gravity changes, because gravity is closely related to the mass, we can somehow estimate what is the groundwater depletion in some areas, maybe ice loss or climate change. This is just a case in estimating the ice loss. Yeah. So by using these measuring techniques, we can somehow measure the loss of ice of about 142 gigatons per year, based on this observation. So this is an overview of GRACE satellites. And the next one is the INSAR. The INSAR is basically measuring the changes of position. So if we measure during the first time and then the second time, the difference in length converted to the difference in position. So by measuring this actually and combining it with some hydrogeological parameters, we can somehow estimate the changes in volumetric groundwater actually. So this is a really useful item actually. So, and the next part is the altimetry. Basically, the altimetry measure the changes or the sea level at some point. So the satellite is orbiting every some epochs, and then we have time series of this height of the sea. So we estimate the trend, or maybe we can estimate the other things and seasonality and so on and so on. So basically, this is the overview of the altimetry. And we move forward to the first case of the hydrological variability across Indonesia region. So the, oops, sorry. Oh, I think this one is PDF files, yeah. So actually in the PPT formats, actually, it should, this figure still changes from January, February, March, and so on and so on. So basically, this is just a climatology of our Indonesian region. So we try to estimate, can we use this GRACE observation to see the climatology of our Indonesia? So because if we relies on in situ observation, for example, in some meteorological observation in Java and so on and so on, it is in situ based, but we would like to add as a complementary observation to measure the changes in hydrological dynamics of Indonesia by using these methods. So basically, we can see the variabilities over the whole region. I mean, not only Indonesia but also the whole world. So this particular presentation, I only snippet to a particular over Indonesian region, and we found that in April is should be the highest changes of water, yeah, the peak of the water dynamics, while the September the lowest peak of the hydrological dynamic. So it is related to the primary seasonal wind pattern. So the first one is monsoon, dry season. So during the east monsoon in Indonesia, some of the area we observe a dry season, while in northwest monsoon, the wet season, we observe the rainy season of Indonesia. So basically, this is promising tools actually as a complementary methods, techniques to better understand, because we not only relies on Indonesian sensors, but also we can see across the region, Southeast region, or even ASEAN and Oceanic region itself. And the next part here, we would like to see what can we try to define the climate zone of our Indonesian region. So this is just the reference for Indonesian region. So we observe a monsoonal season and also equatorial seasonal in Indonesia, and the mixed seasons in Indonesia. So based on our analysis, it has some correlation between this climate index that we estimate with these figures as a reference. So we can see from this one. So for example, in Bandung Basin or Bandung region in Indonesia, it has a yearly annual variability of Indonesian region, which is true for Bandung. While for Padang region, it is actually located in this particular green area. It has two peaks for over 1 year. So it represents between the annual or monsoonal dominated region with the semi-annual cycle of equatorial region. So yes, we can somehow, it has further possibilities to see or to observe what can we do with GRACE observation itself. And the next part, for the second case, I would like to talk not into detail with the groundwater depression Bandung Basin. So basically, when there is a strong groundwater withdrawal, so the pore itself is actually basically empty, and it's somehow compacted and causing the subsidence effects. So this is just an illustration how the cause of subsidence due to the groundwater withdrawal. So what can we do actually? So basically, we need to observe the groundwater observation, and also by using continuous or episodic to see or to as a management system to mitigate the hazard of subsidence itself. So as you can see, this is just a, well, I would say a silent hazard over Bandung region, which is we are here. But thanks ITB located here, we did not suffer any subsidence, yeah, any noticeable subsidence. But in the southern part of area, we see the range of subsidence is about more than 10 centimeters per year, which is quite significant. So basically, we would like to see, to estimate the volumetric groundwater loss actually by using geodetic and gravimetric techniques. So we do some pore elastic modeling and basically inversion by using these rates and some assumption of some hydrogeological parameters like river thickness and so on and so on. We would like, we are able to estimate the volumetric groundwater loss of about 1 kilometer cubic per year. And also from other observation by using GRACE, because we observe a smaller number of about 0.63 kilometer per year. Basically, this smaller number is also attributed because of the sensitivity itself, because the satellite itself is really high, while in Bandung, we need to observe close to the sources. So, but basically, these numbers actually agrees when I check to some publication made by some hydrogeological experts. They also found that the groundwater depletion is about 1 kilometer cubic per year, so which is quietly good numbers here. But this is really important because other than positioning itself, we can somehow compute or estimate the groundwater loss itself, which is really important as a mitigation effects. Then last case is the sea level rise over Indonesian Java Sea. So basically, sea level is not only attributed due to the thermal expansion, but also the mass attribution, mass addition, from, for example, the glacier or the Greenland melting of ice. Then some of the masses, some of the what is it? Some of the waters goes to Indonesia. So we try to combine three different methodology here. So the first one here, we try to use the altimetry satellite. So this is just some of the trends here. We observe some trends. And then the second one is from GRACE, which is basically due to the mass expansion, mass additional. And the last one is steric component from the thermal expansion. So we found that the the components, the most dominated water sea level rise is due to the mass additional here. So we have some validation with tide gauge, tide gauge observation here, and we found a good agreement between our observation and in-situ observation, which is closely located in Karimun Jawa and also in Semarang here. So, sorry, not Karimun Jawa, KRGW. So these two stations here. So we have a good agreement between satellite-based observation, geodetic-based observation with the in-situ observation here. So just some of concluding remarks here. So geodetic and gravimetric observation provide comprehensive and also complementary monitoring framework for Indonesian hydrological system. And also this is just some of the conclusion here. GRACE observation river climate river water storage variability of Indonesia. INSA, GNSS, GRACE can effectively quantifying grain depletion by using some inversion techniques, and also from the satellite-based altimetry and also tide gauge, we found a sea level rise over Java Sea. And the last part is the multi-sensor geodetic offer a valuable information for water resource management and also climate resilience. So one of the take-home message for me, myself, because I'm a geodesy itself, geodesy not only measure the earth of the shape. So basically the first one, as I mentioned, is the position, but also it provides a unit perspective of movement of water across island, ocean, atmosphere, and any other things that which can be used as a sustainable water management in Indonesia. So this particular field is what we call now as a hydrogeodesy. This is a new field at the moment. So some of publication from this funding, we published this one. So related to the hydrological processes in Java, Indonesia, it's a Q1 journal, and now we are submitting related to the sea level rise changes in Q2 journal here. And thank you so much for the grants itself, that we can use it anyway to have a better publication and better research environment here. So thank you so much. My name is Brian, and if you would like to send me a message, you can just text me here or email me to this email numbers. Okay, thank you everyone for listening.
Thank you, Bapak Brian Bramanto, for your really nice presentation. I would like to give the audience Perhaps just one chance, one questions. Is there any questions from the audience? Okay. Perhaps from me, Bapak Brian. So in case 3, you combined 3 methods. Could you elaborate more what this combination of three methods can achieve rather than just using like each one of the techniques? Thank you.
Sure. That's actually because I don't have enough time, so I just want to share about the result itself. So basically, in geodesy, as I mentioned earlier, so sea level rise itself, it has two different driving factors. The first one is because of the thermal expansion. So somehow it is somehow when we observe a changes in temperature, so the volume itself is expanded. So that's the first cause of the sea level rise because of the sea level expansion. And the second one is because of the additional of masses because of the Greenland ice melting and so on. So right, so we have more water towards to the Indonesia region. So what we can do from basically geodetic techniques here. So for example, here we have the first one is the altimetric data. So altimetric just see the relative changes over the time of the sea level. So basically this is corresponds to the total contribution of this both thermal expansion and mass addition components itself. While the GRACE data from the satellite observation, it provide us the changes in mass. So it corresponds to the mass budget for the sea level rise. So actually by combining this observation, we can somehow separate its effects, its influence. So basically this is really important for oceanographics fields and met ocean and so on.
Thank you very much, Bapak Brian.
Yep.
Could you please give round of applause for him? Okay. Okay, thank you, Bapak Brian. We'd like to move to the second speaker by Dr. Renard Suliskania Nurfitri with the project titled Long-Term Analysis of Chlorophyll A along the South Java Sea under climate change scenario using CMIP6 models. Okay, Dr. Suliskania, please, this time and place is yours. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Sulis Kania. I'm from research group of Environmental and Applied Oceanography FITB. And this is, I would like to present the result of my research with my colleagues from the same research group and also from my colleague from BRIN. And the title is Long-Term Analysis of Chlorophyll A along the South Java Sea under climate change scenarios using CMIP6 models. So to start, I'm going to start with the basic concept of the chlorophyll. So in general, chlorophyll A indicates phytoplankton biomass and primary production in aquatic ecosystem, and usually high chlorophyll A in line with the higher fisheries production through enhanced food availability. So the South Java is known to have strong upwelling during the southeast monsoon, which could enhance the chlorophyll A and also enhance the fisheries production. So this is the diagram of how upwelling happens. So the figure over here, sorry, this one, sorry. Okay, the figure over here shows the physical processes of how upwelling happens. So this is what will happen in the northern hemisphere. So if there any wind blows along the coast like this, there will be Ekman transport in the right side of the wind. So in this case, there is a transport to the open ocean. So when it happens, then there will be water mass from the deep coming to the surface. And water mass from deep carry a lot of nutrients and also has a lower sea surface temperature. So in this so what happened during this upwelling, that the nutrient could enhance at the surface, and this nutrient is the food source of the phytoplankton, so it indicates by the higher chlorophyll A. So during the climate change, what happened? So during climate change, we expect that the sea surface could rising, So if the sea surface is rising, it could weaker the stratification. If the stratification is stronger, it could weaker the vertical movement of the water. So the upwelling is getting weaker. Because the upwelling is getting weaker, then we have a lower primary production and also a lower chlorophyll A concentration. And it could also decrease the fisheries production. So according to this background, we would like to evaluate how the projection of chlorophyll A concentration along the Southern Java Sea based on some mixed 6 models for 2015 to 2050. And also we would like to analyze the relationship between chlorophyll A and several oceanographic parameters such as SST, nutrient upwelling, and under climate change scenarios. Okay, so this is the area of our research. This is indicated by the red box over here. And the data that we use is chlorophyll A. We also use nitrate data, SST, dissolved oxygen, and APV, Ekman pumping velocity, which indicate the upwelling parameters. And the main data that we use is for SMIP6. And also we combine it with the satellite data from 2015 to 2024. And also we also have the in situ data from 2018, 2019, and 2022. This is the area of this is the area of the in situ measurements indicated by several stations over here. This is conducted by BRIN during the Triumph cruise. And this is the model that we use. There are 7 in total model that we use. And there are 2 scenarios that we use. So first is the low emission scenarios, which we call like SSP1 2.6. This is the low emission and sustainable future scenarios. And the second one is the high emission scenarios. So this is like the fossil fuel intensive future scenarios. So the number over here, 2.6, this is indicate the radiative forcing in the models. So the higher radiative forcing could cause the higher temperature change. This is what we okay. So in the low emission scenarios, the change of the temperature is around 1.8 to 2 Celsius, while in the high emission scenarios, the change in temperature it could reach up to 4.4 Celsius. Okay, then I will start with the result. Okay, so first we compare the result of the SMIP6 model with the in situ data. This is the result of the multi-ensemble model, which we combine all the models. And the figure on the left shows the comparison for the low emission scenarios, and the figure on the right shows for the high emission scenarios. So in general, we found that the model is tend to underestimate the chlorophyll A concentration in both scenarios, but we see here that there are more or less 2 points which overestimated the in situ observation. Okay. So to investigate in more detail, we also calculate the bias. This is the spatial distribution of seasonal bias for each scenario from 2015 to 2025 from the hindcast simulation. So we compare actually the model result with the satellite observation. So these are in 4 different seasons. So DGF during the northwest monsoon, and MAM is the first transition monsoon, JJA is the southeast monsoon, and SON is during the second transition monsoon. So in general, we found that in both models, it tends to underestimate or have negative bias. So if the value is negative, which means that the model is underestimate chlorophyll A concentration compared to satellite. While if it's positive, then the model overestimate. So in general, we found that in both models, the value along the coast like this is tend to be negative. So which means that the model is underestimate the chlorophyll A concentration from a satellite. While along the open ocean, like this, so the value is tend to be positive, which means that the model tends to overestimate the chlorophyll A concentration. And what happened during the upwelling season, which is indicated by the JJA season, this is the season where the upwelling happens. So we found that in general models have a negative biases most of the time, but there is some spot of positive value over here. Okay. And we also see how the trend for the time series, this is the time series for the chlorophyll A concentration in the hindcast period and also for the forecast period. And for the hindcast period, the trend of the chlorophyll A from the satellite indicated by these black lines over here has positive trends, which means that from 2015 to 2025, the chlorophyll A tend to increase. But if we see the long-term trends from the simulation, from long-term simulation, in both scenarios, we found that the trend is negative, which means that in these two climate change scenario, chlorophyll A is decreasing. And we compare all 7 models to see which one has the best performances using TSS or Taylor scale score. This is the formulation, and we found that GF, the LESM4 has the best, let's say, the best performance during among other models. And the figure over here, we want to see how the chlorophyll A correlates with other oceanographic parameters. So first one over here is the correlation of chlorophyll A with SST, which is the sea surface temperature. And the correlation is negative. So which means that the higher chlorophyll A correlates with a negative SST. And as for nitrate, it also has a negative value, negative correlation. For oxygen, it has positive correlation with oxygen. And for the EPV indicate the Ekman pumping velocity, which is the indicator of upwelling. We found relatively a weak correlation in this way. So this is the result for the low emission scenario. And as for the high emission scenario, it's also not very much different. This is the plot. So we found that it could be that the resolution of the model is too coarse. In this way, it's not be able to simulate a better result along the coast, for example. So that's why we have this result. Okay, to conclude, so first, the evaluation indicates that the STEMIP6 model has predominant negative biases in the coastal area and positive biases in the open sea. Regarding statistical performance, GFDL-SM4 is the more accurate model for depicting chlorophyll A, and the projection findings indicate that chlorophyll A concentration in SSP 8.5 and SSP 2.6 are decreasing over the period from 2015 to 2050. And the second point is that the relationship between chlorophyll A concentration and oceanographic variables is weak. It is clearly defined by the model as indicated by relatively lower correlation coefficient. And it could caused by the significant spatial model grid by percent difficulties, especially in modeling the coastal area. So we would like to thank the DRI, Directorate Research of Innovation, and the Asahi Glass Foundation of Research Grant for funding this research, and also BRIN for providing observation data. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much to Dr. Suliskania Nurfitri for your presentation. Okay, I'll open the discussion sessions. Is there any questions? Yes, please do.
Well, sorry, thank you, Solis, for your presentation. I would like to ask, because you mentioned that in the beginning, the model seems to be underestimates the value itself. Like, so is there any any solution for this? I mean, like to enhance the model itself, or maybe building, establishing a local model for better fit with the data itself. So, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Pak Brian. Yes, I think the first issue, I think it is because the grid is quite big, so it's not good enough to simulate the coastal area. So I think the second solution would be to see on how the biogeochemical models and the model itself. So chlorophyll A is really complex process itself because there's a physical processes such as currents and others, and also biological processes such as nutrient and others. So I think the better way is to the simulation in to do the simulation in the final grid. I think that's one of the solution. But yeah, I think that's my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. One more question, maybe? Is there any? Okay, please, Pak.
Thank you, Bu. You saw the mapping for whole Java Island, right? Can your method be applied to a more localized area? And I see that you map the southern part of Java Island for chlorophyll A. Is that the reason why we have more fish in the South Sea of Java compared to the North Sea of Java? Thank you. Just out of curiosity.
Thank you, Pak Grand Pix. Yes, basically, we can apply these models. I mean, everywhere. But the thing is, because the grid is quite big, so that's why we took really high area, including the ocean, the open ocean area. But of course, we can use a smaller area. But I think the better way would be to do the simulation again with this smaller grid. I think that's so, yeah. Okay, the fish. Yeah, because the southern part of Java is known to have really high productivity during the upwelling season. This is the happen when the southeast monsoon. But the fish itself, it's usually in line with the higher chlorophyll A concentration, but not always. But it could be indicator that if there is a lot of chlorophyll there, it could be a potential fishing ground. And compared to the northern area, northern area is much more shallow, and I think as much as I know that the also the fisheries production is not as high as the southern part. Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Sulis. Okay, so time is up. Okay, thank you very much. Please give one more big applause for Dr. Sulis. I hope her research can practically apply to the fishery productivity. Okay, so let's move on to the third speaker. It is by Dr. Eng Eka Oktarianto Nugroho, STMT, from FTSL, ITB, with project entitled Development of Evacuation Route Modification for Urban Flood Based on Flood Risk Regulation in Indonesia, a case study of Pekalongan City. Dr. Eka, please, time and place is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the attending for this Grand Asahi Class Foundation today. It is truly an honor to us to have this grant so that we can conduct the research that can benefit to community and also the people surrounding in the flood disasters. My name is Eka. I represent as the team leader for this research. Today I will present the research with the title Development of Evacuation Route Modification for Urban Flood based on flood risk regulation in Indonesia, a case study in Pekalongan City. As we may know, coastal cities face interconnected pluvial, fluvial, and tidal flooding, creating dynamic inundation patterns that can rapidly disrupt roads, isolate the communities, and render existing shelter inaccessibility. However, flood planning in Indonesia has not yet been supported by a comprehensive national framework. This is the very note uh, regulation that systematically integrates flood dynamics, evacuation time, road accessibility, population distribution, and shelter capacity. Therefore, a standardized and risk-based framework is urgently needed to ensure that evacuation routes are not merely that only the shortest, but also safe, accessible, timely, and reliable under actual flood condition. In this screen that we can see the source from the Data Informasi Bencana Indonesia. Uh, the data shows us that more than 2 millions affected population average along these 20 years. So according to this data, we need the evacuation road guidance. So based on this condition, we conducted research with the following research integrated technical approach by 7 steps. Start with literature review. We collect the all regulation in Indonesia and also in the world. Steps 2, we create the parameter and the criteria for the flood equation. And then based on the map of the cities, we conducted the hydro modeling that we can simulate the flood, and then we can make the flood risk map, and then start from the flood risk map, we did the path optimization using Dijkstra algorithm for the fastest route, and also witness centrality to identify critical road. And then we made the evacuation route workflow, and then we can have the flood evacuation route guideline. So in terms of the parameter and criteria, we have been collecting almost 10 to 20 regulation, and we resume only for the Indonesian regulation. This we have regulation from Ministry of Public Works and BNPB, and we propose almost in all aspect using 7 parameter. Those are evacuation road with this criteria, and then assembly point, shelter, evacuation time, population, evacuation level, and other consideration include the condition when disaster has peak condition, and also considering the list of publicly recognizable landmarks. This is the complete workflow in our research. So actually, the flood modeling is already done in the previous research in past years, and we use this modeling to uh, to calculate and to make a evacuation route with this framework. So the result for the flood inundation, we have the inundation map here. The dark blue is high inundation, and the light blue is a small depth inundation. So based on this map, we calculate the shelter accuracy and capacity according to the inundation situation. So the shelter used as evacuation site were selected from public buildings located outside the inundated areas, identified through hydraulic analysis. We analyzed 606 existing public buildings are suitable for this shelter, which 200 shelter inundated with 400 visible safe point. Uh, this discover 30%, 33% of standard government safe zone are actually at risk during floods, and 1% of the 400 shelters have a capacity of more than 4,000 people. This is the map of inundated shelter map, and also the consideration of evacuation time. We have three among the 44 urban villages. The minimum flood arrival time range from 1 to 2 hours. This is the result of flood arrival time map, and include the shelter and also assembly point that uh, in the map. And then this is the flood affected population, around 50,000 total flood affected, and 36 out of 49 urban villages are affected by flooding in residential and built up areas, and 26% of the affected population requires emergency facilities. This is the this is the map of flood affected, and this is the road travel time and capacity. According to this, the calculation, uh, we have average travel time is about 6.6 minutes, and the maximum travel time is about 32 minutes in the Pekalongan city. So in this evacuation route, 100% of evacuees can reach shelters before critical flood arrival, and 99% of the 200 evacuation routes have sufficient capacity to accommodate the evacuation using it. This is the alternative road that we can use after we use the main road. And the last one is about the validity of the proposed method. The blue one is a road evacuation road from BPPD, from the regional bencana. But in red line, this line is our proposed evacuation road. This we can see that we have blue line and red line. So after our validation, our proposed development of evacuation route proofly that our method can be used for the future calculation. So this is the result of our maps. This is a map of flood equation based on flood inundation, and this is the flood evacuation route based on flood hazard, and this is for flood risk. So this is validation map, and for the next future, we want to conduct the combination with the land subsidence. Thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Eka. Okay, let's go to the discussion time. Is there any questions? Okay, please, Bapak.
Thank you very much. It's very interesting. I want to know what kind of software you use for this to find the parameter
For the hydraulic modeling, we use PCSWMM, and for the evacuation map only, we conducted in the GIS platform.
and the software, the program use what kind
For
of
only GIS. GIS.
GIS.
We put all algorithm into the GIS.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Bapak. Is there any more questions for Dr. Eka? Okay, perhaps one question from me, Dr. Eka. Do you have this method combines the many parameters, not only the shortest one to find the evacuation routes, but also you list many parameters, right, from the table. How do you determine when the shortest path may not be the safest one? How do you like put the rations of the priority, perhaps?
Okay. We consider the temporary location, temporary shelter for the for all condition, and then we use the algorithm to get the main shelter. Actually, in Indonesia, we do not have the regulation for flood evacuation. So that's why we consider the regulation Indonesia for tsunami. So actually, almost all criteria we get from tsunami regulation. Of course, we need to make some how to say, like, new consideration.
Yeah,
Consider the
adjustment
criteria
for the
adjustment
flood.
for that.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Eka. Okay, your presentation is up. Thank you very much. Please give one more applause to Dr. Eka. Okay, let's move on to the fourth speaker, Professor Dr. Insinyur Satria Bijaksana from the Faculty of Mining, with research projects entitled Identifying Anthropogenic Pollutants in Mar Lake Using Geochemical and Rock Magnetic Analysis, a case study of Ranugrat in East Java, Indonesia. Professor Satria Bijaksana, time and place is yours.
Okay, thank you. Chairperson. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Uh, Earlier, during the opening speech, our esteemed Dr. Granprick mentioned that this is going to be my last Asahi Glass Grant. Okay. And I have to mention here that I'm going to miss this opportunity for two big reasons. First of all, unlike other grants available for us at ITB, Asahi Glass really care to this kind of things like environment, things like things. And this is, if you look at all these grants available at ITB now, most of the grants will be talking about product, okay? But Asahi is very generous to also open up this kind of topics for me. Okay, so I thank Asahi for that. Okay, so limnology, science of lake, is not a popular subject in Indonesia. Not many, but somebody have to do it, and myself and my students just to be that someone who take care of this not so popular subject. It's important, but not so popular. Okay, that's the first reason. So I really thankful to Asahi for this giving opportunity to provide grants for this type of research. Secondly, Asahi is very generous because the use of grant is not too strict. Okay, if I got a grant from Indonesian government, and I'm sorry, I should not criticize the government because the minister is also from ITB. But even if you get a grant, it will be very, very difficult to use it to make international travels. And Asahi is very generous with the things, so the grant is flexible enough so that I could use this to make international travel and to basically create research networks with colleagues from other countries, which is very important. So again, I thank you. I thank Asahi for these two reasons, to give grants to this kind of topics, and second is to make the grant is flexible, that allow us to also do international trips. Okay, so I'm going to talk about the one of this study that we do in Ranugrati in East Java. So we have been studying lake for the last probably 20 years or something. By the way, can I have the next one, please? Okay, so the lake is located in East Java, Ranograti. It's actually not too far from the main highway connecting Surabaya all the way to Probolinggo. And the lake is, as you could see, is populated in the surrounding area. And this is one of the lake that is kind of unique in Indonesia. We call it Mar Lakes. So Mar Lake is a type of volcanic rocks, volcanic lakes that is different in nature with the most common crater lake. So this is Mar Lake. So Mar Lakes is normally very more or less rounded and is quite deep. Okay, so it's in terms of depth, it's quite sizable. Can I have the next one, please? Okay, so this is the documentations of our fieldwork in Ranograti. So we basically look at the bathymetry with echo sounder, and we collected surface sediment with a sediment grabber, and we collect the muds, and then we brought the muds to ITB to process. And we also look at the surface rock around the lakes, and you could see that there's a nice stratified sequence. This is a volcanic product basically. Okay, next one, please. Okay, so this is the some of the parameters that we use. The first on the left is the distribution of magnetic susceptibility, and the one in the center is the basically the distribution of iron, and on the far right is the titanium. So basically, this is the kind of thing that we do, the magnetic properties and also the geochemistry. Can I have the next slide, please? Okay, so this is some of the data that we gathered. So on the left is basically the XRD analysis, and the one to your right is basically the magnetic properties. This is the one that I mentioned earlier. Why Asahi Glass Foundation is very generous, because we have to measure these parameters in India. This is no available instrument in Indonesia to measure this kind of things. So next one, please. Okay, so we are for the Lake Grati, we're still preparing for our publication. We have completed the measurements and everything, but we're now in the process of writing. But I would like to report the publication that we did with the Asahi Gas Foundation for the last time. You you remember me, right? 2 years ago. So this is some of the publication. This is published in top tier journal. I guess now Grand Prix San mentioned about like the importance of this top 10% thing, So we did it, But again, publishing in this kind of journal is quite challenging. It's not straightforward. You went through all this, comments and everything. So, but we did it. And as you could see, we collaborate with our colleagues from India that would allow us to do the measurements. Next one, please. Okay, so this is another publications, also partly sponsored by the Asahi Glass Foundation. Again, the theme is the same. We are measuring the magnetic properties and geochemistry of lakes in Indonesia. And as for your information, we have 500 lakes in Indonesia. So we have a long way to go. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Satya Wijaksana, for your really nice presentation. So 3 times in a row. Okay, let's start the discussion session. Is there any questions for Professor Satria?
Someone in the back.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Professor. Excellent presentation. Actually, this is not my research side, but I just want to ask one question. That in your research, you are using metals, especially iron and titanium. How it can affect the distribution of the surface of the lake, using the titanium and iron?
Okay, so normally we use iron and titanium among other metals, heavy metals, basically to indicate the level of pollution. And basically there are 2 type of components in the lake sediment. One, we call it anthropogenic, coming from human product, and the other one is lithogenic, coming from natural sources, from the rocks. Okay, so basically the magnetic susceptibility and this heavy metals, including iron and titanium, are probably one of the good indicators of whether the anthropogenic components is dominant or not in that lake. And I guess normally anthropogenic components is most of the time equal to human pollution, basically. So this is why we measured this metals, basically.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. It means that you are using almost this metal is a detector.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Is there any more questions? Okay.
I hope Grand Prisan would give exception to get the next Asahi Glass Foundation reset grant. Probably not.
Thank you, Pasatria. This is just one example that ITB always deliver better, even better than what was promised in the proposal. So my question is that you measured the concentration of heavy metals or transition metals concentration in sediment and in the water, and which methodology that you use, Pak?
We in most cases we do both. Okay. We analyze the water and we also analyze the surface sediments.
I mean, using the X-ray fluorescence or
Yeah, the surface sediment we use XRF and we also use XRD. And for water, we have some also isotopic analysis. Luckily, we have labs in Faculty of Mining and at Petroleum Engineering that specialize in analyzing water quality.
so in water sample you use the XRF or the ICP or the
not
AAS?
not the ICP. We use other type because when you talk about the water, there are other parameters. For example, some of this. I guess the simplest thing for water is just a matter of whether the water is clear or not. That's one indication of whether it's wet. So we use simple method like with putting a special type of disc. We call it Seki disc to check the penetration of light to the water. That's one way. And we also measure the chemical compositions of water at certain at various depth, basically, to see the profile. We also measure the temperatures of the water column, basically. So there are other things, but measuring the measurements on waters are not exactly as the same as measurements on sediments.
Thank you, Pak.
Okay. Okay, Prof. Satria, the 15 minutes time is up. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Again, thank you very much for
Thank you.
Asahi Glass Foundation for giving me a chance to do this type of research. Thank you very much. Arigato gozaimasu.
Okay. Let us move on to the fifth speaker. From Professor Dr. Deli Kudela, STM-TMAC, from the School of Architecture, Planning and Policy Development, with research project entitled In Search of New Urban Spaces, Extended Urbanization, Touristification, and the Proliferation of Coastal Exports. Please, Professor Deli, the time and place is yours.
Okay, thank you, the moderator. So yeah, the topic is sound to be not so much technological, I guess, not so much ITV, and but before come to the topic, just a bit curious about the 3 times grant. Is it like 3 years in a row? It can be, yeah. So I'm gonna be the end of my story again. Because I've been maybe the next year, then the last, the third one, although it's not in a 3 years row. And okay, to make the topic a bit more simple, like since the past decade, our governments, I think since Joko Widodo president, are aiming to build kind of like 10 new Balis. So the government are trying hard to gain investments and create new jobs through the development of new urban spaces or new projects. And it was maybe in Japanese or Chinese experiences, what is interesting is that normally we are focusing, East Asian countries by experience have focused on creating new industrial park, special economic zones through industrial park. What that is interesting in Indonesian case is apart from new industrial park, we are also building like tourist resorts, is aiming to create new investment and job creation. So that's why we are researching about the tourist resorts. And what will be a new finding is that talking about building tourist resort, I think from the perspective of the tourists, we think of looking for rural kind of setting. You want to escape the burden of city. You want to escape the congestion and imagining like green space and rural areas. But in our findings, we want to highlight that, well, actually you are expanding, you are not meeting the new rural space, but you are bringing your urban setting to the rural, and that's create the tension between how you can build a sustainable development pathways. But what is interesting that big investments is not necessarily create kind of enclave, and because there has been like in news reports how the government projects in new areas tend to like displace people or disturb to the environment. But our findings want to highlight that there are a negotiation between this big investment and local economies, and there are ways or there are opportunity that we can make this better for the future. So I think that's the main thing. So the rest of the time let's see what we can explain. I think next just in introduction, we want to highlight that because of this proliferation of new industrial project, tourism resort project, it's kind of like blurring the boundaries between the urban and the rural. So that's one of the interesting part. It is more difficult for us to really, is it a rural areas or urban areas? The next one, I guess we can just skip it and just go to the recent question, I guess. So you want to see whether tourist resort development can not just about building new economies, but it's also expand is kind of a vehicle to expand the urbanization. And the method that we use, I think largely is more like qualitative approach. We did some survey and respondents with the local peoples and policymakers, and also the companies who manage the resort area. Oh, by the way, the location is probably quite familiar to some of you. Is our case study is we decided to go to Mandalika. Any of you have been to Mandalika? Can you raise your hands? Okay, that's quite popular recently, and that's for some reason, because Mandalika in Lombok is a kind of a extension of Bali. It's like it's neighbors of Bali. Okay, next, I guess Mandalika is located in Lombok Islands, and Lombok Islands is a neighbor of Bali. Is like in the western, to the east of Bali, and it has a long history of touristification. But what make a big change as a game changer is the deployment of special economic zone. That's kind of a totally enclave resort area for tourists, and it aims to attract foreign investment. And what is also unique compared to other kind of tourist resort in Indonesia is rarely it is more like event oriented resort. So like the circuit, I think it last MotoGP circuit. So So it's the way the location is growing, or um, uh, how they are attractive is depending on the event period, like MotoGP and this related event. So the next, and we go into the village, and we see that there are some places, regardless that this new investment project is very much modern, but the surrounding is so much regular settlements, informal settlements, so that the literature and not just literature but also popular media exposure tend to try to contest that there are contestation or struggle between the very formal large scale project with big investment, with foreign investment, versus local economy with locally driven more like hostel in terms of restaurant, a local restaurant, and they are kind of fighting with each other. But our case is looking into the areas where are villages that are intermediary between this contrast, the seemingly always considered to be very large project and very local. Okay, next, I guess. So there are some very much international exposure, like circuit court, and then some resorts and hotel with international standard. But surrounding that is also villages that are trying to adapt to this new economy. So next, I guess that one of the biggest investment is actually government state-owned companies, where is ITDC, but there are some also others new companies coming from foreign and local investors. Okay, next, so that this new investment, I guess, next. Oh, sorry, did I? Before that, sebelumnya. Next. Gimana kita? Next. Oh, ini ke depan ya? Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. That this new investment is not just creating new economies, but it's produced new urban space, but it's far away from big city like Bandung, Denpasar, or Jakarta. And it's highlight that the important role of not just foreign capital, but also state-owned enterprises are increasingly more important compared to the last decades. Investment tend to be more privatized, and the importance of regulation from the government, special regulations. Okay, next. So it's more like how the government needs to be more selective to make things happen in order to avoid displacement of local communities or environmentally sensitive function. Next. Yeah. So rather than total enclosure of new economies to the local people, we see that there is a variation where there are the gaps between the formal development and informal, that local communities can have a space there to continue their life and their living. Next, I think the conclusion is that coastal resorts is an important vehicle for extending urbanization in the global south. And enclosure is not just the only pathway, because there are also rooms for negotiation in which the state can have a selection on which activities or practices that can be embedded into daily life of the existing people. And the last one is that, yeah, this large-scale development can have a chance to incorporate an organically grown community practices and to be more complementary rather than to fight with each other. I think that's the last thing. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Delik. Okay, well, let's begin the discussion session. Is there any questions to Professor Delik? Right. Okay, I think one question from me, Professor. Policy-wise, how would you, like, based on this case, how would you propose, I don't know, mechanism to balance about the tourism as well as for the social justice, or like land secure for the local communities? How do you propose that?
Thank you. Very simple question, but very long answer and require research. We have conducted this kind of research, and there are some modes of possibility, like how we, rather than offering the local community as labor, and they will which cannot be sustained in the long term. Why don't, for instance, the companies are cooperate with the local people as like small scale industries or cooperative. So how to bring these marginal economies and communities to have a more equal rights, rather than just absorb to their companies. They can have their own industries, for instance. And as for this research, is like to find intermediary spaces where both local and global economy can meet each other, and there are some space for that. And the government has a very important role in helps negotiating this rather than displacing the people. I think that's one of the ongoing answer.
Okay,
Perfect.
thank you. Just out of curiosity, Professor, based on this Mandalika projects, is there any like specific or like special treatment to the community that the government should teach, maybe, or educate, so that the negotiation can flow smoothly? Because perhaps the rural areas are not like that educated as the urban areas, right, for the people.
Yeah, that's actually what is the most highlighted issue. Actually, why the gaps occur is because of the one of the thing is the education. So it is very important to in some location that we are also conducted, that building new education center that are more adapted to the new economies is very crucial, because not just because they are lower educated, it just mismatched. Like high school that was offering for old economies that are outgoing, but the new economy is require more times for the new generation to get the skills, and that we have to speed up that kind of educational transformation. That's
Thank you very much, Professor Delik, for your presentation and discussions. Your time is up. Thank you very much. Let's give a big applause. Okay, two more, two presentations more. Let's move on to the sixth speaker by Dr. Fikri Zulfahmi, ST MSc, from the SAPPK, with a research project entitled Digital Inclusion in Rural Development, assessing multi-level policies and local context for effective implementation of rural digitalization strategies. Time and place is yours.
Right, thank you for your introduction. Thank you for having me. My name is Fikri Zulfahmi from the School of Architecture, Planning and Policy Development. Today I'm representing my colleagues in the research team, actually also Pak Deli Kudala and also Nabila Atarina, our PhD student, who is doing actually the real job in this research. All right. In this research, we actually address the issue of digital technology adoption from the policy side. So the title is Digital Inclusion in Rural Development, Assessing Multi-Level Policies and Local Context for Effective Implementation of Rural Digitalization Strategies in Indonesia. Maybe you have heard some initiatives like Smart Village, Desa Digital, or Desa Cerdas, Desa Pintar, something like that. These ideas actually represent top-down initiatives or policy strategies to promote digital technology in rural communities and areas. So it may be begin in the around 2014, but actually long before that, in 2005, the Indonesian government became concerned about digital inequality as which is characterized by the enforcement of the Universal Service Obligation or USO fund. And after that, we see that digital transformation, including that in the rural areas, actually is typically top-down in nature. The digital divide, particularly the disparity between urban and rural areas in terms of infrastructure and also digital technology adoption, is actually remains a central issue in Indonesia. And digital inclusion policies, as we want to say that, serve not merely as instrument, but as discursive bridge and a potential catalyst for spatial justice. So we use the kind of the concept of spatial justice to actually to connect between digital technology adoption, which is usually derived from modernization paradigm, with the reality in rural areas, which tends to be, become a penalty, and the spatial justice is relevant to say about that. So in this research, we address this question, and we like to translate Indonesia's rural digitalization policies within a digital inclusion framework and investigate how they contribute to the discourse of spatial justice in rural areas. And to examine Indonesian rural digitalization policies, we use this framework derived from the activity system theory, consisting of 8 elements: motivation, subject, object, tools, rules, community, division of labor, and outcome. And we connect these dimensions with the digital inclusion framework. So we see that in digital inclusion, we know like access, skills, use, and attitudes. And by reflecting this framework or theory with digital inclusion, we can see how the expected outcomes were grounded in a spatial justice framework, which usually also has 2 dimensions, including distributive and procedural dimensions. This study used qualitative research methods, actually, which is quite reasonable because we analyze mostly policy and how policy was being made actually to address the issue of rural digital divide. And we collect and studied 18 relevant national development policies, policy documents from 4 ministries. So we focus more on the national level. And also we interview some actors or stakeholders from the key ministries. And in the analysis, we use thematic analysis and pattern matching to use to compare between the framework of, as we see from the previous slide, with the empirical situation in Indonesia. So now we will start the analysis, presenting the analysis. Here, the first is the motivation behind rural digitalization. So generally, the motivation can be categorized into 6 main aspects, including limited digital infrastructure, limited access to public um, uh, public service opportunities, rural poverty, poor rural governance and rural public service provision, limited human resource capacity in Indonesian rural areas, and limited rural communities participation. So among these aspects, actually, rural poverty and other limitation actually part of the persistent rural problems in Indonesia. So and then when we talk about rural digitalization under development policy, the committee extends beyond rural residents to include stakeholders from the village to the provincial government and other ministries such as Ministry of Finance, private telecom operators, and local village platform developers. So there are many and complex situation in terms of stakeholders, and the implementation of Indonesia rural digitalization is strongly shaped by institutional mandates, assigning specific duties to each ministry to the president regulation. These mandates influence how each ministry translates motivation into action. And then this slide or this table presents the programs. So we connect the programs and the objects uh, of the programs or initiatives. Basically, uh, this table shows that programs initiated by the ministries serve as tools to help achieve the objective. Uh, we can see that some programs have similar objectives, and one program, Smart Village, addresses a broader range of aspects, such as increasing digital use in various activities, including economic development, public service delivery, and daily life, and enhancing the digital literacy of rural communities. These activities or programs demonstrate that shared motivation were addressed through different tools, which are again shaped by institutional mandate and are perceived as fragmented initiative from a digital inclusion perspective. So institutional mandates not only represent bureaucratic roles, but they also influence how the ministries determine a set of digitalization intervention through policy. Um, this is also illustrates the result of our qualitative analysis. So basically, we connect the aspects of digital inclusion, access, use, skill, and attitude with the program here, the program from the ministries, including Smart Village, Village Information System, and so on. So from this beautiful mapping, we can see that the study that Indonesia's rural digitalization tends to focus on strengthening access, particularly developing digital platform, digital use, and so the bigger part is access, and then smaller part is to address some issues of digital skills and literacy. Um, so minimally addressing digital skill is associated with the fragmented nature of institutional mandates carried by each ministry. For example, while Indonesia Ministries of Village is responsible for improving capacity and empowering rural communities, the provision of ICT-related infrastructure falls under Indonesian Ministry of Communication and Digital. Consequently, capacity building related to digital skills such as technical, social, and critical and creative skills occupies an ambiguous space between those ministries. So that's why they don't focus on the skills. Yeah. So basically, delivering Wi-Fi or the BTS or internet access to the villages, to the areas is seen as enough. And then in this slide, we focus on outcomes and now try to connect to the dimensions of spatial justice. We see that the Indonesia's rural digitalization initiatives within development policies articulate the distributive and procedural dimension discursively, as can be seen in this table. Top-down logic discourse
as we can see, tends to emphasize this distributive dimension instead of the other dimension, indicating that Indonesia's national uh, level government focuses on distributing and redistributing resources. In this case, digital infrastructure to rural and lagging areas, or 3T, 3T areas. Uh, However, these top-down policies tend to focus more on distributive dimension compared to the personal dimension. This is a bit different from other studies that we review, in that digital technology can strengthen democracy by increasing vertical and horizontal communication engagement, but we haven't found that in Indonesia. As a conclusion, would like to say that digital inclusion should be the primary policy framework for rural digitalization, as effective digital transformation involves more than just providing infrastructure and connectivity. Secondly, policy priorities must be context sensitive, emphasizing the importance of implementing place-specific or tailored digitalization policies in rural regions to prevent territorial disparities. However, Indonesia efforts toward comprehensive digital inclusion in rural areas are hindered by several factors, such as limited digital capacity, particularly at the village level. And this study highlights fragmented landscape, which is associated with the fragmented nature of institutional mandates carried by each ministry at the national level, and probably uh, between agencies at the local level. We also suggest some policy implications for policy. The first is establish digital inclusion as a unified policy framework across sectors. Second, create rural digitalization policies tailored to specific local contexts. Third, adjust policy priorities based on the level of digital maturity. And fourth, develop human capacity alongside technological infrastructure development. Thank you, and also thank you again to for the opportunity to get this grant.
Okay, thank you very much for presentation, Dr. Fikri Zulfahmi. Okay, let's start the discussion. Is there any questions? Not yet. Okay, Dr. Fikri, I would like to ask, you stated that beyond the infrastructure, the digital skill is also required for the local communities. Who do you think is responsible for improving that digital skill from our government side?
Yeah, when we talk about the digital skills and literacy, um, maybe it is not enough when we consider the central government agencies, like we review here, the Ministry of Communication and Digital, or in the past it's called Ministry of Communication and Informatics, but in terms of regulations about internet and also online platforms, they are responsible to do that. Yeah, so it's not very clear in the what is it called, the topoxy, yeah? The explanation about the responsibilities. I guess some of the aspects is actually still has to go to the Ministry of Communication and Digital, because it's supposed not to be only about the platforms, but as a whole, actually we interact with the platforms, but also the Ministry of Village. They also have connections with digital, the village governments, and also smart village. Actually, as we can see from the practice, is very much related to the how people actually use internet, for example, and or how they can get opportunities from digital technology that they are being delivered to these communities. I think this also can improve the programs into more like digital skills and literacy. But in the provincial and local government. We also see that, for example, the dinas pemberdayaan masyarakat perdesaan, the DPMD, or the rural community empowerment agency at the village, the central and provincial levels can actually help them to actually to promote meaningful use of digital technology for the communities.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Fikri. So your presentation is up. Please give one more quick applause, Dr. Fikri. Okay, now the last presentation. The last presentation would be from Ibu Santi Novandi, SSI MT PhD from the School of Business and Management, with research project entitled Soft Systems Thinking and Strategic Empowerment of Creative Economy by Utilizing Indigenous Intellectual Property through Service Science Perspective, case of Palu City, Central Sulawesi. Please, time and place is yours.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank you to Dari ITB, Pak Grand Prix, and also Pak Joko for the opportunity, and also for Asahi Glass Foundations to give the rewards and also grants, yeah, for the second opportunity. And after this presentation, also I will get the third one. So maybe this is my last grant as well, yeah, for Asahi. Thank you very much once again. Okay, so maybe this is a difference because probably I introduce myself in Japanese. Hajime mashite, Santi tomoshimasu, dozo yoroshiku onegaishimasu. So this is actually my work with the teams from School of Business and Management. My name is Santi, and I have a team with Professor Emeritus from Tokyo Institute of Technology, which is my professor, Professor Kyoichi Kijima, and also Professor Utomo, and also Dr. Candidate Krishna Arianto, and my MSM students, yeah, which is all of them probably already graduate, yeah, hopefully. Okay, for this actually presentations, I would like to begin with the title of the Soft Systems Thinking, Strategic Empowerments of the Creative Economies by Utilizing the Indigenous Intellectual Properties through the Service Science Perspective, case of Palu City, Central Sulawesi, which is the case study in Tenun Donggala, or weaving Donggala, yeah, Donggala weaving. So how many of you have heard about Tenun Donggala? No one, I think. Yeah, this is actually I wore the Tenun Donggala, and maybe you can look at this one. So maybe please have a look. Ya. Mau juga silakan Pak. Saya sudah di untuk 4 tapi ya Pak ya, Pak Grand Prix. Satu lagi nanti Pak Joko dikirim ya Pak. Okay, so Tenun Donggala is one of the actually handmade woven fabrics which is made by the Kaili people in Central Sulawesi. Donggala is one of the regency in the Central Sulawesi in Palu City. So it's about 60 kilometers from Palu. And it's great honor for us to have visited Donggala, which is to popularize about the Tenun Donggala into the global. But this is actually what we found, the paradox in Tenun Donggala. It's like maybe in batik, yeah, when we have some research at the time in cluster batik in Solo, also in Tenun Donggala. So we have many motifs. Yeah, for example, what I wore here is about Buya Subi because it's consists of the gold or silver thread, and also Buya Bomba, which is the flower, and then also a lot of motifs like kelor or moringa, and also it is very popular in Palu. So when we look at these situations, we try to map the problems. So what we found, this is the paradox, yeah, because the Kaili living textile traditions with the deep ancestral roots, we know, but many artisans, they have some problems. For example, they don't have the inherit the generations because some of the young people doesn't want to have a handmade woven fabric anymore. So, and then the economic paradox, what we observe also, there are some reliance on the external raw material because most of the raw materials coming from Java. And of course, the digital marketing and also the distributions and also there are some disconnected institutional programs from the government. So this is what in the academics we say that it is a wicked problems because it's not only the small business challenges, but also it is related to the interconnected of the interactions of the actors. So that's why we have some wicked problems here. There are competing interests among the stakeholders that we found. There are the tensions that the motive authenticity, they don't have some intellectual properties, and also the low capitals, which is it also gives some poverty cycle to the artisans especially, and also we determine that there is some fragmented efforts. So that's why in this research we have the three research questions. The first, we would like to see what's going on there, to map and explore the common problems there, and then by doing the transformations, how we can make a model onto the integrated or the ecosystems into the more interacted or integrated. Okay, so then the next, what kind of the methodology that we use? Yeah, there are three school of thoughts that we use here. The first is the problem structuring, which is coming from the systems, because we see that it is like not a small challenges in the business problems, but it's about the systemic failure. So that's why we use the qualitatives by using the system approach, what we call about the soft systems methodology, and also strategic option and development action, or we call it as SODA. And then also we use the concept from the service science, which is how actually we promote the value co-creations to shifting from the goods dominant logic into the service dominant logic. And to fill in the gap, so we combine it all together, the three school of the thoughts here, the soft systems methodology, the SODA, and also the service science, and also some of the indigenous context in order to answer the wicked problems. Then this is actually the process research that we conduct. When we visit Palu, actually, we met with many stakeholders there. So you can see from the figures in the left side, and we try to conduct the research process like this. The strategy that we use the qualitative case study in Desa Toale. So Toale village is one of the birthplace of the Tenun Donggala there. Then we try to understand the context in the beginning by collecting the data secondary and also the observations. And then in the second phase, we try to conduct the interview with the stakeholders there, with the artisans, the village, the distributors, the city government, and also the provincial government there. And then we try to map the problems by using the cognitive mapping. So from the perspective from each stakeholder, we try to make the individual maps. And then after that, so we try to merge the maps and try to make transformations that we call it the soft systems modeling by using the CAT2 analysis, and also try to construct the conceptual model. So the stakeholders that we are involved in this study, the artisans, the village leaders, the distributors, the city government, and also the 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 government, yeah, the provincial government, and also the communities. And what we found actually after we try to map the problems, so the codes from the interview result, we try to analyze by using the thematic analysis. And then the thematic analysis that we get, so there are 5 themes. The first is supply chains and productions. The second one about the human resource and skill. The third one is the marketing and market dynamics. The fourth one is the institutional and support policy. So we figure out all of the together into the merged cognitive map. So you can see this is the way on how actually we try to examine the problems and then visualize it, which is it is not so simple problems. So it is more delicate, and also it is more into the interconnections between its theme with other themes. So here, after we try to map the problems, then we try to also find out what actually the perspective from each stakeholders, and then try to make the diagnosis. So because in the workshop that we conduct, there are some systemic diagnoses that we found, such as there are some strategic silos, and then operational blind spots, the artisans' poverty cycle, and then cultural vulnerability, and also the fragmented programs. So, and then after we try to map the problems, then how actually we design the current situations. So by using the subsystems methodology, we try to make the participatory approach with the stakeholders, and then we try to analyze using the CAT2 analysis, which is popularized by subsystems methodology in Peter Cheklan. According to the CAT2 analysis, we try to determine the customers here, which is the artisan and the cultural heritage, and then the actors, and then the transformation, which is accommodate all of the stakeholders' needs, and then the world view, and then the owners, and then what actually is the constraint. And after that, so we try to make the root definitions here based on the accommodation from all of the stakeholders, that the multi-stakeholder systems here try to transform to the fragmented Tenun Donggala ecosystem into the integrated, culturally rooted co-creative service ecosystems that empowers all of the stakeholders to sustain the cultural heritage. And then this is actually the conceptual model that we built. So how actually we construct the conceptual model by using the service science. Service science is one of the specializations of the system science. If you can see that the systems coming from the input, process, and output. So the input here, we try to make the stabilized input like the collaborations, and then breaking the Java dependency for the raw materials. And then the process, we try to make the synergetic site strategy by using the co-creation platform. So, and then at the end, the result on how actually we make the integrated co-creation platform here. So, and then after we try to make the conceptual models, so there are some recommendations that we try to propose to the customers here. The 5 pillars, how actually we shift from the goods dominant logic into the service logic transformations. So when we make a product, I think it is not only to sell the product, but it's related with how actually the value of the product itself, that we call it as the service dominant logic. Yeah, and then we try to make some key strategic pillar, yeah, which is what we call about the 5 strategic pillars, like the collaborative body here, yeah, which is how actually the multi-stakeholders can governance the connecting artisans and etc. Supply chain stability here, how to strengthen actually the materials, yeah, the raw material, especially which is coming from the Java, and then the capability transformations, yeah, and then also the synergetic here, and then how actually to build the motive intellectual properties into one of the documented systems that we will to construct later on. And then the last one actually related with the value co-creations platform. So here I think it is very important on how actually we shift from the goods dominant into the service dominance, how become the ecosystem and value, and then how it is more knowledge, capability, and co-learning, more cultural tourism, more institutional alignment, and then also more continuous feedback and also adaptive learning. So this is actually the result that we found, yeah, that the empowerment here is not only about the funding, but how actually to align the worldview from the stakeholders to strengthening the capability and also protect the cultural identity, and how actually we redesign the system structure. So from here, actually, hopefully we'll give some recommendations to the governments, to the suppliers, yeah, and then to the knowledge of the artisans, and then also to the tourism, and also we give also some implementation continuous mentoring and also adaptive learning mechanism for the all of the stakeholders there. And this is the contributions that we will give the theoretical development as well of the practical and also for the methodological. And for the output of the research, I think we have some two proceedings for the international conference, and then also the thesis from the students, and then one of the publication which is under review to be published maybe in the Scopus Q1. So thank you very much for the attentions and the opportunity. I will give back to the moderator. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ibu Santi. Okay, let's start the discussion. Is there any questions to Ibu Dr. Santi? Okay, please.
Bismillah. Maybe how does this model apply to other craft or regions? This model. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. So it's about the replicability of this model. Yeah, I think it is very possible, yeah, to replicate, yeah, this model. Because subsystems methodology, strategic option and development analysis, and also service science is a school of thoughts, and then also the framework agnostic that we can use to the other province, yeah, like maybe not only in Donggala in Central Sulawesi, but also we also can practice it on in the other area. So for example, before I use this area, we have some also research using a case study in batik, yeah, in at the time. So we use the batik as the case study in Solo, yeah. So in Solo at the time we have value co-creation platform as well to give some interaction for the stakeholders there, and then also maybe we can also replicate here in Ikat, yeah, Tenun Ikat in NTT, which has different market, of course, yeah, the dynamics process also will be different, but we believe that the four phase of the model in this research we can use, yeah, for actually for other practice, yeah, not only in Donggala but actually in the, yeah, in other province. So I think that's my comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Is there any more questions? Okay, one more questions from me, Dr. Santi. You proposed the coordination between many organizations. Who do you think or like have the higher possibility to lead all these coordinations?
Okay, that's a good question. Thank you very much. So we try to make the Badan Kolaboratif here as the orchestrators to make the coordinations among the stakeholders. So last time I just came back from Palu actually, and then there are some also fashion week, yeah, from Australia, because right now Tenun Donggala also is also attract many global attentions, such as in Australia as well. So one of the platform orchestrated by the Badan Kolaboratif under Dinas Pariwisata, and then we try to make the international seminars, and then also we have some fashion show with the artisans and etc. I think it will be also possible if we also can make this platform to orchestrate to make the coordinations among the stakeholders. I think that's my answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Santi. Okay, so your presentation time. Okay, so thank you very much. Please give one big more applause to Dr. Santi. Okay, now all 7 speakers have presented their research or project results. So that will conclude our morning sessions for this research findings assisted by the Asahi Glass Foundation. We do really hope that all these research findings can contribute to the science, technology, and social development in Indonesia, which is assisted by the Asahi Glass Foundation. I think that's all from me. I will return back to the Master of Ceremony, Ibu Usi. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rahmawati. Wow, very great moderating. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now it is time for lunch, of course. And if you would like to access the photos from our morning session, you can always just scan this QR code. So you can just right away get the photos for your social medias, okay? Don't forget to tag us. And so you can scan this, minasama. So after this, we can go to the gallery while you can also look at the posters of our grantees for from the past research, so that you can always network with them, talk with them, and also study a little, I guess. And after that, please return to this auditorium at 1:30. We're going to start the grand ceremony. Thank you so much. Itadakimasu.
Cek cek. Cek satu satu cek cek cek. Cek 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 satu cek 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 cek. Cek cek satu cek 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 satu. Cek 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 cek. Itu nu mananya aya video deui gitu. Moal mah nya video. Oh iya. Oke lah. Cek cek oh iya. Cek 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 satu cek 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 satu cek 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 satu cek cek satu dua cek satu Agung ting cek satu satu dua cek 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 satu satu dua cek 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 satu satu dua cek cek satu satu dua Cik, cik satu. Cik, 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 cik satu. Satu dua cik. Cik, cik satu, satu. Cik, cik satu, satu dua. Cik, cik. Cik, cik satu, satu dua. Cik, cik satu, satu dua. Cik, cik. Cik, cik satu, satu. Cik, cik satu, satu dua. Cik, cik, cik satu, satu dua. Cik satu. Cik. Cik satu, satu dua. Cik, cik, cik. Cik, cik satu, satu dua. Cik. Cik, cik, cik satu. Cik, cik satu, satu dua. Cik, cik. Cik. Cik satu, satu. Cik satu dua. Cik, cik. Cik satu, satu dua. Cik, cik, cik. Cik satu, satu dua. Cik, 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 cik satu. Cik. Cik, cik, cik satu. Cik satu, satu dua. Cik, cik, cik. Cik, cik satu, satu dua. Cik, cik satu. Cik, cik. Cik. Cik, cik, cik satu, satu. Cik, cik satu, satu dua. Cik, cik, cik. Cik, cik, cik. Cik, cik. Cik, cik satu, satu. Cik, cik satu. Cik. Cik, cik satu, satu dua. Cik, cik. Cik satu dua. Cik, cik satu. Cik, cik satu, satu. Cik, cik. cek cek satu, cek 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 satu satu dua cek 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 satu satu cek 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 satu 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 cek cek satu dua cek cek satu cek cek satu dua cek cek satu satu dua cek 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 satu satu dua cek cek satu satu dua cek 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 satu satu dua cek 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 satu satu dua cek 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 satu cek cek satu no mana biar cek cek satu cek 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 satu dua cek 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 satu satu dua cek 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 delapan 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 cek cek satu cek cek satu
cek cek satu cek 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 satu cek 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 satu dua tiga cek tes
cek 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 tapi iya nanti kudu deket pisan cek 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 delapan feedback cek cek satu cek 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 kita geus leutik pisan cek 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 satu cek cek satu cek 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 satu satu feedbacknya ka dieu tadi mah cek cek satu satu dua cek cek
satu dua. Cek, cek. Sah. Satu. Satu dulu. Satu dua tiga. Cek, cek. Halo, cek, cek, cek. Cek. Tah, ayo. Ayo, cek satu dua tiga. Cek satu. Cek satu dua tiga. Cek. Iya, tos full pak. Volumena atau full dia. Cek. Cek satu dua tiga. Cek. Tah. Cek. Cek. Cek satu. Satu. Cek. Tes. Full. Tes cek. Tes cek. Tes. 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 Lu deket. Halo. Cek. Tes. Cek. Tes. Para hadirin, para hadirat, sangusa piring biaku kolot. Cek. Cek. Tes cek.
Cek, cek, satu. Cek, cek, satu, satu. Cek, 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 cek. Satu, 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 satu. Satu, satu, dua. Cek, satu, satu. Cek, 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 cek. Cek, 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 cek. Cek, satu. Cek, 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 cek. Cek, satu. Satu, dua, tiga. Cek, 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 satu, satu. Ba, ta, sa, ja, ha, cek. Grand Ceremony dan Seminar on Research Finding 2026. Cek, 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 satu. Cek, cek, satu. Cek. Udah itu makan. Cek, 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 satu. Cek, satu, satu, dua. Cek, cek, satu. Cek, satu, satu, dua. Cek, cek, cek. Cek, cek, satu, dua. Cek, cek, cek. Cek, satu, satu, dua. Cek.
Assalamualaikum.
Cek, cek, satu.
Warahmatullahi
Cek, satu.
wabarakatuh.
Cek, cek. Cek, satu,
Jarak
satu, dua.
nasa
Cek.
curug.
Cek, cek.
Curug karek
Cek, satu.
ayahan.
Cek.
Cek. Dah, ya dekat pisan jom.
Cek satu.
Terlalu
Cek.
dekat. Cek 1 2 1 2 1 2
Cek.
Wiro Sableng.
Cek.
Cek 1 2 cek. Sertifikat check in. Cek. 1 2 3. Boom. Cek 1 cek 1.
has supported research across a wide range of disciplines, including material science, life science, information science, environmental studies, energy, social science, architecture, and urban engineering. Every year, research grants from the Asahi Glass Foundation empower 14 ITB researchers to pursue impactful scientific discoveries and innovative solutions. This enduring collaboration has contributed to numerous advancements in science and technology while enhancing Indonesia's presence in the global research community. This year's seminar serves as a platform to highlight the achievement of the 2025 grant recipients and to welcome the researchers selected for the 2026 Asahi Glass Foundation Research Grant. ITB sincerely expresses its gratitude to the Asahi Glass Foundation for its unwavering commitment and continued support. Together, we look forward to strengthening this partnership and fostering innovations that creates a more sustainable and inspiring future. For more than 30 years, the Asahi Glass Foundation and Institut Teknologi Bandung have maintained a strong partnership dedicated to advancing research and innovation. Since the collaboration began in 1988, the foundation has supported research across a wide range of disciplines, including material science, life science, information science, environmental studies, energy, social science, architecture, and urban engineering. Every year, research grants from the Asahi Glass Foundation empower 14 ITB researchers to pursue impactful scientific discoveries and innovative solutions. This enduring collaboration has contributed to numerous advancements in science and technology while enhancing Indonesia's presence in the global research community. This year's seminar serves as a platform to highlight the achievement of the 2025 grant recipients and to welcome the researchers selected for the 2026 Asahi Glass Foundation Research Grant. ITB sincerely expresses its gratitude to the Asahi Glass Foundation for its unwavering commitment and continued support. Together, we look forward to strengthening this partnership and fostering innovations that creates a more sustainable and inspiring future. For more than 30 years, the Asahi Glass Foundation and Institut Teknologi Bandung have maintained a strong partnership dedicated to advancing research and innovation. Since the collaboration began in 1988, the foundation has supported research across a wide range of disciplines, including material science, life science, information science, environmental studies, energy, social science, architecture, and urban engineering. Every year, research grants from the Asahi Glass Foundation empower 14 ITB researchers to pursue impactful scientific discoveries and innovative solutions. This enduring collaboration has contributed to numerous advancements in science and technology while enhancing Indonesia's presence in the global research community. This year's seminar serves as a platform to highlight the achievement of the 2025 grant recipients and to welcome the researchers selected for the 2026 Asahi Glass Foundation Research Grant. ITB sincerely expresses its gratitude to the Asahi Glass Foundation for its unwavering commitment and continued support. Together, we look forward to strengthening this partnership and fostering innovations that creates a more sustainable and inspiring future. For more than 30 years, the Asahi Glass Foundation and Institut Teknologi Bandung have maintained a strong partnership dedicated to advancing research and innovation. Since the collaboration began in 1988, The foundation has supported research across a wide range of disciplines, including material science, life science, information science, environmental studies, energy, social science, architecture, and urban engineering. Every year, research grants from the Asahi Glass Foundation empower 14 ITB researchers to pursue impactful scientific discoveries and innovative solutions. This enduring collaboration has contributed to numerous advancements in science and technology while enhancing Indonesia's presence in the global research community. This year's seminar serves as a platform to highlight the achievement of the 2025 grant recipients and to welcome the researchers selected for the 2026 Asahi Glass Foundation Research Grant. ITB sincerely expresses its gratitude to the Asahi Glass Foundation for its unwavering commitment and continued support. Together, we look forward to strengthening this partnership and fostering innovations that creates a more sustainable and inspiring future. For more than 30 years, the Asahi Glass Foundation and Institut Teknologi Bandung have maintained a strong partnership dedicated to advancing research and innovation. Since the collaboration began in 1988, the foundation has supported research across a wide range of disciplines, including material science, life science, information science, environmental studies, energy, social science, architecture, and urban engineering. Every year, research grants from the Asahi Glass Foundation empower 14 ITB researchers to pursue impactful scientific discoveries and innovative solutions. This enduring collaboration has contributed to numerous advancements in science and technology while enhancing Indonesia's presence in the global research community. This year's seminar serves as a platform to highlight the achievement of the 2025 grant recipients and to welcome the researchers selected for the 2026 Asahi Glass Foundation Research Grant. ITB sincerely expresses its gratitude to the Asahi Glass Foundation for its unwavering commitment and continued support. Together, we look forward to strengthening this partnership and fostering innovations that creates a more sustainable and inspiring future. For more than 30 years, the Asahi Glass Foundation and Institut Teknologi Bandung have maintained a strong partnership dedicated to advancing research and innovation. Since the collaboration began in 1988, the foundation has supported research across a wide range of disciplines, including material science, life science, information science, environmental studies, energy, social science, architecture, and urban engineering. Every year, research grants from the Asahi Glass Foundation empower 14 ITB researchers to pursue impactful scientific discoveries and innovative solutions. This enduring collaboration has contributed to numerous advancements in science and technology while enhancing Indonesia's presence in the global research community. This year's seminar serves as a platform to highlight the achievement of the 2025 grant recipients and to welcome the researchers selected for the 2026 Asahi Glass Foundation Research Grant. ITB sincerely expresses its gratitude to the Asahi Glass Foundation for its unwavering commitment and continued support. Together, we look forward to strengthening this partnership and fostering innovations that creates a more sustainable and inspiring future. For more than 30 years, the Asahi Glass Foundation and Institut Teknologi Bandung have maintained a strong partnership dedicated to advancing research and innovation. Since the collaboration began in 1988, The foundation has supported research across a wide range of disciplines, including material science, life science, information science, environmental studies, energy, social science, architecture, and urban engineering. Every year, research grants from the Asahi Glass Foundation empower 14 ITB researchers to pursue impactful scientific discoveries and innovative solutions. This enduring collaboration has contributed to numerous advancements in science and technology while enhancing Indonesia's presence in the global research community. This year's seminar serves as a platform to highlight the achievement of the 2025 grant recipients and to welcome the researchers selected for the 2026 Asahi Glass Foundation Research Grant. ITB sincerely expresses its gratitude to the Asahi Glass Foundation for its unwavering commitment and continued support. Together, we look forward to strengthening this partnership and fostering innovations that creates a more sustainable and inspiring future. For more than 30 years, the Asahi Glass Foundation and Institut Teknologi Bandung have maintained a strong partnership dedicated to advancing research and innovation. Since the collaboration began in 1988, the foundation has supported research across a wide range of disciplines, including material science, life science, information science, environmental studies, energy, social science, architecture, and urban engineering. Every year, research grants from the Asahi Glass Foundation empower 14 ITB researchers to pursue.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start the event soon. So I'd like everyone to take a seat. Okay. Minasama, konnichiwa. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the grand ceremony and seminar on research findings supported by the Asahi Glass Foundation 2026. It is now my great privilege to invite the Vice Rector for Research and Innovation of Institut Teknologi Bandung to deliver his welcome remarks. Please join me in extending a warm and respectful welcome to Professor Lafi Rizky Zuhal. The floor is yours.
Mr. Takayuka Shimamura, the chairman of a research grant from the Asahi Glass Foundation, Dr. Naoki Sugimoto, the senior executive director, Mr. Hiroshi Usui, Dr. Hidefumi Odaka, Mr. Eddie Susanto from Asahi Mas Chemical, Mr. Sulfianto, the factory director of the Asahi Mas Chemical, and we also have Mr. Norio Nozokido, the managing director of AGC Asia Pacific from Singapore, and Mr. Haruhiko Ishimoto from the president director of PT Iwaki Glass Indonesia. Distinguished guests, representative from the Asahi Glass Group, my fellow researcher from Institut Teknologi Bandung, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It is great honor and pleasure to welcome you all to the Institut Teknologi Bandung for the grand ceremony and seminar on research findings supported by the Asahi Glass Foundation. ITB and Asahi Glass Foundation have enjoyed long-standing partnership since 1988. So it is 2 years shy of 4 decades partnership.
This collaboration has significantly contributed to advancement of research excellence and innovation at our institute. To date, a total of 394 research proposals from ITB have received funding through the prestigious research grant program provided by Asahi Glass Foundation. This is since 1988. Today, we have the opportunity to witness presentation from 14 completed research projects supported by the foundation. We will also celebrate the awarding of another 14 newly selected recipients of the grant, chosen from very high competitive selection process because there are 99 submitted proposals. So 14 out of 99 proposals. So on behalf of Institute Technology Bandung, I would like to extend my sincere congratulations to all researchers and research teams who have successfully completed their research projects. Your achievement represent a meaningful contribution to advancement of science, technology, and innovation, and we hope they will continue to benefit Indonesia as well as global community. To the newly selected grant recipients, I would also like to extend my warmest congratulations. We wish you a very success in conducting your research and hope that your work will generate impactful outcomes that address important scientific and societal challenges. Finally, I would like to express our deepest gratitude once again to the Asahi Glass Foundation for its long-standing partnership and unwavering support for research at ITB. We sincerely hope that this valuable collaboration will continue to grow stronger in years ahead. I wish you all a fruitful, inspiring, and productive seminar. Thank you very much for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Rector. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now arrived at the highlight of today's program, the 2026 Grand Awarding Ceremony, during which the Asahi Glass Foundation will recognize 14 distinguished researchers for their outstanding contributions. Well, before that, let's have this honor to invite the Chairman of Research Grant from the Asahi Glass Foundation to deliver his remarks. Please join me in extending a very warm welcome and heartfelt welcome to Mr. Takuya Shimamura. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Very kind introduction. Yang saya hormati Bapak-Bapak dan Ibu-Ibu sekalian, selamat siang dan selamat sejahtera. Nama saya Shimamura, Chairman dari Asahi Glass Foundation. My bahasa is limited. Dari sekarang saya coba bicara bahasa English. It is an honor and pleasure for me to be here this ceremony today as a representative of the Asahi Glass Foundation in Japan. Firstly, please allow me to extend my sincere gratitude to Professor Tatachipta Dirgantera, Director of ETB, Professor Ravi Rizuki Zuham, Vice Rector for Research and Innovation, Dr. R. Sugen Joko Sao-Ono, Director of Research and Innovation, and also our distinguished guests and the members hosting today's ceremony. Thank you very much. Terima kasih banyak. Let me introduce Asahi Glass Foundation briefly. It was established in 1993. Sorry, 1933. Too young, eh? To celebrate the 25th anniversary for the founding of the Asahi Glass Company Limited, which was renamed AGC Inc. in 2018. In terms of the relationship between AGC Inc. and Indonesia, in 1972, AGC began to produce flat glass in Indonesia and expanding its business to automotive glass and chemicals. Today, AGC sales of approximately 1.2 billion US dollars in Indonesia. With annual sales of, we are also very pleased that a significant number of AT-based gratitudes have built their career within AGC groups such as PT Asahimas Flat Glass TBK and PT Asahimas Chemical. Let me go back to introduction of the foundation. Now, our foundation provides 4 major programs, which are Research Grant Program, Scholarship Program, Commendation Program named Blue Planet Prize, and Environment Learning Support Program for Young Generation. In 1988, Asahi Glass Foundation launched our grant program with ATB. This year is the 38th anniversary. To date, we have supported 380 research projects with grant total of approximately 2 million US dollars. I'm also pleased to share that we will host the International Research Presentation and Exchange Forum in Japan this November. And I'm very looking forward to meeting many of you again in Japan. Another major activity of the foundation is the Blue Planet Prize, which we have presented annually since 1992. The Blue Planet Prize is awarded to individuals or teams who have made outstanding contributions to solving global environmental problems. From Indonesia, Dr. Emil Salim, the former Minister of the Population and Environment of Indonesia, was the laureate in 2006 Blue Planet Prize. This year, Blue Planet Prize laureates were announced on June 10th. One of the laureates is Dr. Linda Van Hal, and the other is Professor Edward Barbier from USA. The presentation ceremony will be held in October in the presence of their Imperial Highness Crown Prince and Princess Akishino. As you know, our environmental situation is getting worse year by year. Humanity has achieved its prosperity at the cost of the environment. This is the reason why we established the Blue Planet Prize. I truly hope that one day other laureates from Indonesia will be honored with this prize. I sincerely hope all the researchers here will contribute to our precious blue planet through your research. Once again, I'd like to express my deepest appreciation to Professor Tatachipta Dilkantera, Professor Ravi Rizumki Zuham, Dr. Joko Sarwono, and all members concerned kindly supported the grant ceremony and seminar as well. I firmly believe I close my speech. I'd like to leave you with the following words. I firmly believe that your future is bright, your potential is unlimited, and your possibilities are endless. Thank you very much for your attention. Terima kasih banyak.
Thank you so very much. So, would you please proceed to the stage behind there, in front of the. Okay, so may I kindly invite you to remain at the front of the auditorium for the next part of the program. At this time, may I respectfully invite the grant recipients to line up over here. So we're going to start the certificate ceremony. Well, we're going to start. So please join me in warmly welcoming Dr. Susana from the Faculty of Earth Sciences and Technology. Dr. Tek Nabila Sofia Erian Putri that will be received by Rais Abdillah on behalf of Dr. Nabila from the Faculty of Earth Sciences and Technology. Dr. Insinyur I Dewa Gede Arsaputrawan from the Faculty of Industrial Technology. On behalf of Dr. Eng Insinyur Muhammad Haris Mahyudin from the Faculty of Industrial Technology. On behalf of Professor Dr. Delik Hudalah from the School of Architecture, Planning and Policy Development. Dr. Isnu Putra Pratama from the School of Architecture, Planning and Policy Development. Santi Novani PhD from the School of Business and Management. Meditya Wasesa PhD from the School of Business and Management. Professor Dr. Heni Rahmawati from the School of Pharmacy. Yangi Dwi Marga Pinanga PhD from the School of Pharmacy. Professor Insinyur Ramadhani Eka Putra PhD that will be represented from the School of Life Sciences and Technology. Dr. Indra Wibowo from the School of Life Sciences and Technology. Dr. Eng Isti Aditya Purwasena from the School of Life Sciences and Technology. Last but not least, Dr. Eng Rahmawati from the School of Electrical Engineering and Informatics. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed with the official photo session. Simamura-sama. Now we will invite all the recipients. Would you please come here on the centers of the floor? Okay, so we're going to have the photo. Ini sedikit terlihat tidak kebersamaan ya Ibu. Ini dijual terpisah kayaknya. Boleh semakin ini ya. Bu Susana mau bersama ibu-ibu yang lain kah? Atau mau di sini saja? Oke, Bapak boleh ke sini? Oke, mungkin Pak Indra di sebelah sini dengan Bapaknya. Apakah terlihat kamera? Nova oke? Oke. Saya akan berpindah dulu. Baik. Kameranya yang Mas pakai baju biru dengan yang hitam ya. Okay. Alright, so please look at the photographers. 1, 2, 3. Ladies and gentlemen, are you guys actually happy receiving this? Because the face are not really happy, yeah. Maybe can you please show some more happiness? Okay, so please look at the camera once more. 1, 2, 3. Mas Nova boleh dadah-dadah nggak? Enggak, Mas Novalnya. Nah, this one ya, this camera. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Awesome. Now we are going to have group photos. Please everybody return to your seat. The photographers will take the photo from in front of the auditorium. All right, so we're going to have the photos. Would you please have a seat? Okay. All right. It's fine. Sudah bagus. Oke, Ibu Bapak boleh duduk dulu ya sebentar untuk foto. Oke. Alright, so Mas boleh pergi dulu aja. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. Sebentar ada kursi lulu lewat, banyak iklan ya, mohon maaf ladies and gentlemen. Okay, alright. Boleh duduk dulu semuanya? Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, happier this time, can we? 1, 2, 3, cheese. Okay. All right. Thank you so very much, ladies and gentlemen. We certainly thank our Vice Rector for Research and Innovation, Professor Insinyur Lafi Rizky Zuhal, PhD, for gracing this event among your very tight schedule. We wish you all the best for the next engagement of your agenda, sir. Okay. Please wait for a moment. Well, once more, we would like to remind everyone that the participants who complete both of the check-in and the check-out of the morning and afternoon sessions who will be eligible for receiving the certificate of participation. And also, we also have the QR code for the photos if you want to access your photos right away. So, ladies and gentlemen, we shall now continue with the afternoon session on life sciences, biomedical engineering, and health related innovation. In this session, 6 distinguished research grantees will present their latest research findings and innovations. We invite you to join us in welcoming our presenters as they take us through their inspiring work. There will be Robi Roswanda, PhD, from the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences. Nur Ahmadi, PhD, from the School of Electrical Engineering and Informatics. Dr. Liane Okdinawati, that is going to be represented by Katlea Fritriani, from the School of Business and Management. Profesor Apoteker Diki Mudakir, PhD, from the School of Pharmacy. Profesor Dr. Rernat Sofi Damayanti, from the School of Pharmacy. Antonius Indarto, PhD, from the Faculty of Industrial Technology. So this afternoon's session will be moderated by Dr. Yangi Dwi Marga Pinanga from the School of Pharmacy, Institut Teknologi Bandung. It is now my great pleasure to hand over the session to Dr. Pinanga. The floor is yours. Can I have warm applause for Dr. Pinanga?
Okay, thank you, Bu Osi, for kind introduction. So we will now continue with the afternoon session. We'll focus on life science, biomedical engineering, and health related in innovation. So this session brings together a diverse range of research topic, including natural product-based molecular innovation, and then artificial intelligence in healthcare, and also halal logistic, advanced drug delivery system, and also anti-inflammatory biomaterials targeted tuberculosis therapy, and also sustainable energy development. So I would like to introduce myself again. So I'm Yangi Dwi Marga. So I'm one of the academic researcher in School of Pharmacy ITB. And it's really my pleasure, and also I would like to express my deepest gratitude for awarding for me as one of the awardee in the Asahi Glass Foundation. And also this is also my pleasure to serve as a moderator for today's afternoon session. So I would like to remind for the 7 incredible speakers for this afternoon session. You will have approximately 15 minutes, 15 minutes for your presentation, 10 minutes for the presentation, and also we will continue for the Q&A session. And to ensure that the session runs according to the schedule, so you can see the time in front of you. And also, without further ado, I would like to begin with our first presentation. We will present by Robi Roswanda, PhD from FMIPA. So please welcome Dr. Robi Roswanda. The floor is yours.
Ya, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Robi Roswanda. I'm from chemistry department. So first of all, I would like to give the highest gratitude for Asahi Glass Foundation for selecting me as one of the grant recipients. Yeah. Okay, so today I'm going to talk about our latest research. About the title is a bit different, a bit what we I would like to with the mention in the program. This is basically the bigger story about what we're doing in our lab. Yeah. So this title towards molecular photoresponsive systems based on Indonesian natural products. So first, let me start by explaining to you, or let me remind you about molecular photoresponsive system. Yeah. So basically, this is a molecular system that is responsive to light. So when you give light, the molecular will have structural changes basically. So one of the simplest example of these molecular photoresponsive systems is the molecular switches. Basically, switch is like in our daily life, it goes from one state to another state, from on to off. In the case of molecular switches is basically for one configuration to another configuration. So in this case, it will be, oops, sorry. Okay. It's the isobenzene and olefin. Yeah. So since they have the double bond, they can have two kinds of configuration between cis and trans. Yeah. Even for the olefin, it will have ring closing in here. Just not only from the trans to cis, it can go all the way to a ring closing to make a new compound. So basically, this is the simplest molecular photoresponsive system. Yeah. And then another example of molecular photoresponsive system is the molecular motors. Yeah. So this is a well-known compounds developed by our collaborators in University of Groningen. So basically, this is just a molecular motor. Yeah. You make a rotational movement from the molecule. Yeah. It seems simple, but in the molecular scale, basically, the challenge is not to make it move, but to regulate the movement. Yeah, because everything is moving actually in the molecular system. So basically, you need to regulate, or you need to really make sure that the movement is caused by your irradiation of light or heat or whatever in induction you give to the molecular system. Another example of molecular photoresponsive system is the photocleavable. Yeah. So basically, this is based on orthonitrobenzyl. So when you give the lights in a certain wavelength, it will release this molecule. Yeah, basically. So this is basically the living group or the one that is released. So this is obviously will be suitable for the drug delivery. Yeah? So basically you can deliver drug just by using light. So you can release the drug as you wish by using light. So these are the molecular systems that we try to develop in our lab. But unfortunately, as you can see, these molecular systems are very, very complex. Yeah? We will need a lengthy and many numbers of steps to get this complex molecular system. Yeah. So this is one of the example of complex synthesis of molecular motors. Yeah. As you can see, there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 steps with many chemicals and many complex reagents, obviously. This is not ideal to be carried out in Indonesia because thanks to the grant from Asahi, we have the money, but when we order chemicals, it will come 3 months later. So as you can see, at least this is 15 chemicals you will need it to create this molecular system. Yeah. So, but we're not give up. We would like to develop this kind of thing. So we ask ourselves, what is our strength? Our strength is natural products. Yeah. Actually, our group is well known for natural product isolations in chemistry, in organic chemistry department. So we have these natural products in Indonesia. We are rich in natural products. So one of the example of natural products we use is what we call Tephrosia vogeli, locally known as kacang babi. They are highly adaptable, tolerant of poor soil, fast growth rate, and easily found on tropical countries. So we got this from Sukabumi, if I'm not mistaken. Not suitable for human and livestock consumption. So there will be no competition with the food, yeah, basically. And why we chose this compound, because it has these 5 major metabolites, yeah, secondary metabolites. That's basically later I will show you. It will be suitable for developing molecular motors, yeah, as you can see here. The flavonoids contained by the Tephrosia vogeli will be really similar with the molecular switch motor precursors. Yeah. And then just one step with the McMurray reactions, you can couple the flavonoids to have this kind of molecular motor similar with the molecular motor system. So this is what we call, this is a dimer, or the first generation of molecular motor, and this is the second of molecular motor. So this is what we have. We are developing in our lab. Isolate the suitable natural products from nature, and then do 1 or 2 steps to create this molecular photoresponsive system. So here's the result. So it is our crown jewel, our newest crown jewel. This is a publication from our group and for our collaborators in Groningen, Professor Veringa, who happens to be the Nobel laureate. And then, so this is what we have synthesized. So we have synthesized. This is the MME2. This is basically the trans one. and then when we irradiate with light, it will flip to the Z one, to the cheese one, and then not only that, it will also go the ring closing, sorry, through ring closing over here to create some kind of photosynthesizer, basically. Yeah. So this is we are lucky enough. We have been lent the expertise from Groningen to do the fully characterize these compounds and to show that the natural products can be used at the building blocks for advanced molecular systems, basically. But to be honest, obviously, this is not yet molecular motors. It does not show 360 rotational movement. It can show cheese strands and also ring closing. Yeah. But it's still, but in the insight from that is this one can also be used as photosynthesizer applications. And we didn't only synthesize this one, but also synthesize a series of molecular photoresponsive system from the natural products. Yeah. So this is the very similar. This is the first generation of molecular motor. The dimer, yeah, so the upper and lower part is the same. And this is the second. So this is another kind of molecular motors. And it's also another kind of molecular motors with our switch, with our oxindol. Hopefully it will be published in the next year, maybe. Hopefully we can fully characterize and then do the computations with these compounds. So this is the molecular switches and motor, yeah. And also related to the title of the my proposal, yeah, basically this is the azobenzene switch. So we managed to co-synthesize the switch up until this one, yeah, Julie. So but we are still having trouble to patch the genistein here. The genistein is the natural products known for its antioxidant and anti-cancer, if I'm not mistaken, yeah. But obviously, one of the advantage or why we're choosing natural products, basically it has certain complexity, but apparently the complexity is basically a double-edged sword, because the complexity will give another complexity when we try to couple this genistein to the azobenzene switches. Yeah. So we're still in the development progress to create this kind of azobenzene switches. Next is the photolabile system incorporated to biosilica. So in this case, this is basically to test the photocleavage. When we irradiate the lights, it will release the drug. So we incorporated to biosilica. It is with collaboration with our biochemistry friend. So it has this. So we incorporate this orthonitrobenzyl to the biosilica, and then for model compound we use the methyl red, yeah, basically. But we irradiate them, and then we follow the solution with the UV phase absorption spectroscopy, and it shows that there's something released, but over time apparently the release will be, as you can see, the absorption goes down. It means that also it photodegraded, yeah. So it's still in the early stage of development, but it shows that the light and the compounds react to the light that we give to the system. So after that, let me give you some kind of overview. So the Indonesian natural products such as tetraphthalic offer promising building blocks for molecular photoresponsive systems. Despite challenges in conflux synthesis, bio-based approaches open pathway to sustainable molecular motors and switches. And then integration of photolabile system with biological demonstrate the potential application and continued exploration of overcrowded alkenes. Overcrowded alkenes is the one that also in the molecular motors. And azobenzene switches will strengthen the foundation for innovative photoresponsive technologies and basically harnessing Indonesia's biodiversity can position local research at the forefront of molecular technology. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Robi, for brief applause. Okay, thank you. So you can. Okay, is there any question from the audience? Okay, please.
Yeah, thank you for your very interesting presentation. Just one question, and this is not technical. Just curious, like, what is the hardest part in this research? Is it lack of, for example, the equipment or chemicals or the novel ideas, or what is it?
Yeah, the most difficult actually for the what's difficult is actually the expertise, yeah, because we can measure everything in Indonesia in here. We can measure, we can synthesize, we can measure the UV vis, but to read into the details, yeah, to interpret the data is not very easy, because then you need expertise, you need experience and everything. So that's why it's very beneficial to have collaborators basically.
Question from the audience? So maybe I have one question, Doctor. So how can, so natural product often so like variability batch to batch. So how can, so what is your strategy in your experience how to get a consistent isolate and reproducible for kind of this research?
Thank you. Yeah, that's a very good question. Actually, it's always the challenge in while working with natural products. Yeah, because what we are working on is secondary metabolites. By secondary metabolites is usually not the plant does not always produce the secondary metabolite because it's not the primary. So yeah, it's still a challenge that we need to address, whether we can have a sustainable. So the claim of sustainable is also needs to be proven, because it's not always produced by the plant. So yeah, that's we're still trying to check into that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think that's the end of our presentation from Dr. Robi. So please give applause.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Robi. So next presenter, we will have Dr. Nur Ahmadi, PhD from STAY. So please, the floor is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for giving me the presentation, and also, once again, thank you very much for Asahi Foundation for giving us this research grant so that this research can be completed. So let me introduce myself. So this is me, Nur Ahmadi, as one of the research team here, together with my students Nigel Sal and also my colleagues Bu Fariska. The title is Real-Time and Accurate Atrial Fibrillation Detection using PPG-based wearable device and artificial intelligence. So why is it so important regarding this atrial fibrillation? So atrial fibrillation, if you maybe not familiar, is a type of condition where heart beats irregularly and often fast. So it is also a specific case of arrhythmia, if you know, like heartbeat, irregularity. And 59 million people live with the AF condition in 2019, and it's going up from 33.5 million in 2010. And it's also going to be a double, even triple in 2050. And also the statistic shows that 10.2% actually occur in young people, like the mean age is 39. So since this atrial fibrillation can cause different severity, including heart failure, stroke, and all-cause mortality, so it is very important to detect atrial fibrillation very early using low-cost technology. And what is the standard way to detect atrial fibrillation? The standard way is using ECG, electrocardiography, but it needs, what is it, like electrodes placed on the body, and usually needs help from health practitioners or doctors. So this is not practical. In other dimension or in other world, we have wearable technology where like smartwatch, I think it's getting popular and popular. It has a PPG sensor, photoplethysmography tomography, or optical heart rate sensors, which can enable accessible and also scale up AF screening. So this is also according to the atrial fibrillation networks and also European Heart Rhythm Association. So the actually in the literature there are not many, very few data set that has both ECG recordings and also PPG recordings. But there is one that I found, which is, we can call it very large because it has 170 gigabyte of recordings from 45 patients. It's publicly available, so everyone can access it. The challenge is most of them are in low, like half of them are in low signal quality, like 58.99%. And so there is no existing study that examine using this data set with relatively low quality and large to detect atrial fibrillation. So this data set almost accounted for like 1 year, like 300 something days of recordings. So the goal and the contribution of these works is, so we use, we develop an optimal AF detection pipeline from low quality wearable PBG data, and we use a harmonic mean of sensitivity and specificity as the primary metrics. First, we develop a signal quality index thresholding. So we want to filter which data is suitable or good enough for next analysis. And also we develop different kind of artificial intelligence, including traditional machine learning models and also deep learning models to perform atrial fibrillation detection. And we also optimize the features. We extract the features from the signal and we optimize from the existing features. And the last one is real-time feasibility. So we develop the model, the system end to end, and it's can be run in real time. So this is the data that I was talking about. So we have continuous ECG plus PPG monitoring from 45 patients across in total 306 patient days. For the ECG, it's sample every 500 hertz. For PPG, every 100. So in total, 170 gigabyte, as I mentioned before. So half of them are in quite low quality. So this is the data acquisition platform. So we have PPG, which is like smart watch or wristband, to collect the PPG using green LED. And for the reference device, we use ECG patch, one channel, and then each of them will collect the data and we store it in mat format, and then we will do synchronization. So what does the PPG typically look like? So this is the signal. Yeah, the PPG signals look like this. So this is the typical, the clean one. So if we see something like this, it means the quality of the signal is good enough. But if there is, for example, movement or motion artifacts or even some other reasons, it could distort it, could be distorted. Or if it has atrial fibrillation, maybe the frequency will be more compact, more often. So we need to check and find the model so that it can automatically detect whether it has atrial fibrillation or not. So first we do data preparation, and in the data preparation we make sure we synchronize between two data, ECG and PPG, and then we do atrial fibrillation annotation. And after that we extract the features, what kind of important features from the signal. For example, the statistical one like mean and then standard deviation. Also we do heart rate variability features and also entropy features. And we use MR model methods to select which features is most important. And then the model development, different types of model, neural networks and traditional machine learning models. And we also develop the signal quality index thresholding. So this is the 10 features that we use. First, for this statistic, we use energy features, variance, contrast. And for the heart rate variability, we use it's like technical terms, root mean square, successive difference, and then PNN 40, PNN 70. We also use signal entropy, Shannon sample, coefficient of Shannon sample entropy, etc. So by using MR selection, we will select the maximal relevance and also minimizing the redundance. So this is the result. So basically, if we increase the thresholding, the similarity between the signal, and then the accuracy will increase up to certain level, and then will go down again at around 98% of SQI. And we compare different deep learning model. So we use CNN, convolutional neural networks, RNN, recurrent neural networks, and long short-term memory, LSTM, and combine both CNN and LSTM. That's for deep learning. And also 8 different traditional machine learning models from random forest, XGBoost, CatBoost, decision tree, extra trees, like GPM, and also AdaBoost and KNN. So we compare the performance of those two approaches. And this is the result. We can see here that random forest here turns out to be the best performing model with 76.32%, while CNLSTM, which initially could be the best because it's deep learning, but turns out to be the worst here. And when we increase the signal quality thresholding, and then the performance increases significantly. So we can see here that the harmonic mean increased to 96.14%. And the model that performs the best here is light GPM with this configuration, 73s, learning rate of 0.1, leaves 31. And we use 10 features, and the window to be used for detection is 60 seconds of PPG windows. And here the SQR threshold is 98%. And sorry, and the end-to-end processing time for 1,000 samples is around 119 milliseconds, so it's fast enough. So this is the difference between the original signal quality, 58.99%, versus the 98 signal quality thresholding. So we can see here that all the accuracy increased significantly. So the takeaway and future direction for this research is that here the SQR thresholding is very important because it selects which signal is good, which signal is not good. So we can only process the good signal. And by using feature selection, we can also see that we may not use the all available features, which is 10. We can use 7, which equals the performance of 10. And here the final model that performs best is light GPM with 96.14% harmonic mean. And basically it's 31.48% gain over the baseline. And the processing time for end-to-end process for 1,000 samples is around 119 milliseconds. So for the future works, we can do alternative SQI methods so that we can find the best threshold, not too high so that the data will be reduced significantly, but not too low, which leave a lot of bad signals. We can also cross-validate the proposed method with other data. So we need to find other public data available. And for now, we only use one PPG channel, which is LED, green LED. But usually in modern smartwatch, it has sometimes 3 channels, red, green, and infrared, which can also use to measure SpO2, blood oxygen. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's all from me. Thank you very much to Asahi Foundation and also to all of you who presented here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nur Ahmadi. So, is there any question from the audience about the atrial fibrillation detection? So, okay.
I understand your device has very good performance, including accuracy. My question is, did you check the latency of your device using PPG?
Yeah, thank you very much, Usui-san, for your question. So, so the device actually not owned by me or by us. So it's available there. So it's only coming from Lithuania. So they record a lot of data and publish it online so that I can access it. And so we, when I say 119 millisecond end-to-end processing time, it's actually running still on the laptop. So we could probably see the decline or the reduction in processing time if we move it into, for example, either the smart watch or in phone. Usually sometimes smartwatch will connect to the phone and the algorithm run on the phone. But if the algorithm running on the cloud, it will be faster because cloud has much high computing power.
Okay, thank you. Is there any question? Yeah.
Thank you, Nurusa. How do you use machine learning or AI to select good signal?
Okay, thank you. So actually, the machine learning here is not used to select the good or the bad signal, but from the good signal, 10 seconds of the good signal, the machine learning based on the pattern and some features, for example, the energy within this 10-second of window, or the entropy, or the root mean square of successive difference, or different features, it will be inputted into machine learning model. So machine learning model will know the pattern. For example, the atrial fibrillation will have some kind of this pattern, but for the normal one will have different pattern. So at the moment, the AI or the ML model is not used for the signal quality assessment, but instead for the AF detection. So, but for the future, we can also use ML model or AI model for this signal quality assessment as well.
Thank you, such a very insightful presentation. But actually, I have one more question. Maybe it's only my career. So, is this possible for you to have a sample from Indonesia who have the atrial fibrillation?
I think it's very possible. I think the important part, or sometimes the difficult part, is to find the collaborators from the hospital, the doctor from the hospital, or the doctor from the faculty of medicine in the university that willing together to do this research.
Yeah, I know it's kind of the ethical
Yeah.
sometimes. So I think we need to more collaboration between
Yes.
STAY and then School of Pharmacy ITB.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank
Thank you
you
very
for the
much. Thank you.
presentation. So please give applause. And then we will continue for the next presentation. It's also important because it will relate it to the halal regulations, specifically in the logistics sector. So I would like to invite Dr. Liane Okdinawati to present your research.
Oke, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Katlea Fitriani from School of Business Management, SBM ITB. I'm presenting today on behalf of Dr. Liani Dinawati. I'm going to share to you about our research that's supported by the Asahi Glass Foundation about the from policy to practice enhancing halal compliance in the logistics sector. It is about a system level view of how consumer perception and institutional dynamic in Indonesia and also in Malaysia. First of all, I would like to show you about the paradigm shift about halal definition. In the past, we see halal as a religious label on a product or in a production. But by the time, it's transformed into process-based certification, which expanding into food, healthcare, cosmetic, and also the finance. Nowadays, we see halal definition as full supply chain assurance, which mandatory coverage on storage and also handling, transportation, and also distribution. This definition actually is shaped by Indonesian law number 33 2014 that makes halal assurance mandatory across supply chain. Actually, this is one of the tension from our research is about the critical disconnect exists between regulatory reality and also the consumer psychology. Why? The regulatory says that halal assurance is mandatory across upstream and also downstream system, logistic system. However, some of earlier study treat halal attributes in isolation, one by one, not in a system. So this is the gap that make us think about the core question. Does mandatory halal regulation align with how consumer actually perceive and also value halal? To answer the question, we use mixed method methodology that we divided into two, consumer side and also company side. From the consumer side, we conduct it quantitatively using a survey to the several respondents, and from the company side, we conduct it in the qualitative way. For qualitative foundation, we doing survey to 299 respondent, which the respondent itself was strictly limited to individual that already have familiar with halal product and also have experienced the halal product purchase. So it helped us to make the respondent give reliable data. And also, this is the finding from the quantitative analysis. It is actually so the high baseline consensus which customer exhibit high knowledge. Most of the respondents say selected only understand and also strongly understand. This show that the halal most of respondent almost all the respondents already have a proper knowledge about halal. The next variable is about importance of certification, which also high level importance of certification. This variable actually getting the highest positive response rate across all the variables. And the last one is trust in certification, which so that strong institutional trust in halal institutional body like MUI, and also BPJPH. This is the finding the second finding of, about quantitative data. Like I said previously, that halal knowledge is getting high level or high score. However, statistically, halal knowledge does not significantly predict the purchase intention. Meanwhile, there are three variables that significantly predict the purchase intention, which are information exposure, trust in certification, and also importance of certification. The purchase intention itself work as mediator to direct purchase behavior. we find two theoretical explanation about this result. Actually, the first one is about range restriction effect. As we know that halal knowledge already get almost maximum value, So it means everybody score high in halal knowledge. So it is hard to explain. Just from knowledge, it is hard to explain why people can buy and or others don't. The second explanation is about dual process theory. Once people believe, they will stop relying on fact. Nah, so that's why they believe in trust and also credibility as the active driver. So yeah, this is the main driver of the purchase intention and then the purchase behavior. The quantitative insight is about the data challenge the prevailing assumption that halal knowledge directly drive purchase intention. Halal knowledge is important, but halal knowledge is not enough without institutional trust, credibility, and also certification. In the other side, from company side, actually we conduct it using qualitative approach, using semi-structured interview with 4 third-party logistic, 2 company from Indonesia and 2 company in Malaysia. We want to see the national perspective. We analyze the data using Miles, Huberman, and Saldana 2014, which consists of data condensation, data display, and also the last one is conclusion. This is the finding. Actually, we found in Indonesia, we follow the coercive institutional with regulation driven, and also mandatory halal logistics certification from BPJPH. In Malaysia, we found that they use normative mimetic using market and customer driven, which the halal logistics certification still voluntary. This divergence only happen in adoption driver, acceptance uniformity, and also compliance orientation. However, even though they are different, they still have similar operational practices across both contexts, such as segregation, traceability, SOP standardization, contamination, and also the audit. They have similar practice, so it means they still use the global practice. Also, we found also that both country, Indonesia and Malaysia, also face some similar challenges, such as ecosystem fragmentation, price-sensitive customer, and also competency gap from the staff. And the last one is about documentation, which lead to the audit. So, through this finding, we can conclude that institutional context set the halal logistic adoption pathway. This is after we got the both data analysis, quantitative or qualitative, we synthesized the result. Actually, we found two important things. The first one is the illusions of knowledge and also the power of trust. Inside is the regulation, the regulator design system, assuming that knowledge drive compliance, but in reality, consumer operated on trust, while company, or in this case is third-party logistic, operate on demand. So, mandatory regulation can create operational convergence, but without end user trust and visibility into the logistic layer, yes, the system still especially to the market. The second result is about the reframing halal as a system. Yeah, we see that halal is needed to the whole or across supply chain. So in here, we divided into customer node and also logistic nodes. In customer nodes, which consists of trust, access, and lead to purchase behavior. Meanwhile, in the logistic, we go with halal logistic activity like traceability, contamination, and also certification. Both sides is shaped by regulatory environment. So halal can no longer be viewed as a static product, but it is dynamic. Yeah, because and to end supply chain construct. So this research also gives some theoretical contribution in the halal as a system, knowledge intention gap, and also extending theory plan behavior. Because it's demonstrate the macro institutional and also regulatory credibility act as vital antecedents within the TPB. This is some recommendation for regulator, for the company which is a third party logistic, and also for the producer. So the research output for this research project, we have submitted to journal. One is trust over knowledge, a system level view of halal purchase intention in Indonesia mandatory certification context. And the second one is navigating halal logistic, a qualitative cross case study in Indonesia and Malaysia. That's all. Thank you for the Asahi Glass Foundation for supporting our research, and also thank you for CILT Malaysia Chartered International Logistics and Transportation that help us to gather the data. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, is there any question from the audience? Okay, maybe this is one.
The product by campaigning that products is non-halal, even though there are already, put the tag that is already halal. What do you think that it would be provide something negative impact, because they have also charged the halal certifications and the mandatory process that they already integrated in the processings to purchase and also producing the products. Somehow it's neglected by the people because of the black campaign. Would you think this is like the responsible for the company on how they are challenged the situation?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, actually, actually black campaign. For that questions, even the respondent already have halal knowledge, yeah, even they already have the highest level of halal knowledge, the regulator still need to give some education to the market about the halal process itself, because once again it's about the trust. If people know the process, if people understand the process, they will what to say gain the trust itself. So I think how to overcome the black campaign is gaining the trust.
Okay, any question? So maybe from me, because it's really related to actually, I'm one of the halal auditor for Korea, South Korea. So based on your findings, so actually, can you elaborate any specific recommendation for, especially for BPJPH, to strengthen the implementation of our law, mandatory law for the halal?
Okay, after I talked to some company, yeah, and after talk some company about the process itself, actually the problem in company is the regulator wants the halal become mandatory, but the system isn't standardized yet. So maybe every company already have a really how to say it, good structure, but sometimes there is one assessor to another assessor, they have different perspective. That's why make sometimes company confused. For example, there is a company, they hear from the other company that the assessment will take 1 day. So on 1 day they hold the operation just to accept the assessor. But in reality, the assessor only 30 minutes. Calm. Check check the document and say, okay, then next, maybe you can submit it. Ah, different how to say, different process can make the company confused, and also the company also confused about how to say the audit system. Yeah, yeah. Sometimes they I already got the knowledge, but still on the field it's still hard. Okay.
Exactly. Thank you for your nice presentation. The time is already up. Okay, give applause once again. So we will continue for the next presenter. So the next presenter from School of Pharmacy, it will be delivered by Professor Apoteker Diki Mudakir. Please welcome Professor Diki to present your research. Okay, please.
Okay, thank you everyone. Okay. Also, thank you to Asahi Glass Foundation who gave the financial support who make this research finished. So the title of my talk, as you can see here, development of pH responsive mesoporosilicate nanoparticle drug delivery system encapsulating. This is traditional plant in Indonesia named Dayak onion. In the Latin name, Eleutherin bulbosa fraction for targeted therapy in 41 breast cancers. So I want to highlight about the use of carrier system, which is a nanoparticle system. And then usually in this, in some of many research, usually the people use extract from the traditional plant. In this case, we use a fraction, which is more specified from the extract level, and then which is kind of the targeted system. Usually we try to elaborate more. So as you can see here, the breast cancer develop uncontrolled proliferation abnormal cells in breast tissue. As you can see that the cancer usually make the leading cause for people death. So including in this case is breast cancer. And notably for the breast cancer, particularly TNBC, triple negative breast cancer, there are, oh, sorry. So I want to point it out that it cannot be done. Back again to the okay. Sorry. So use for the targeting for cancer, as you can see, actually can be divided by two systems, by active targeting or passive targeting. So in this case, as a preliminary study, to related to the how can I say, it should be passive targeting. So in the corner you can see this is the fraction or the traditional plant Eleutherin bulbosa. Usually we can use for to target to the cancer. So this plant we extract it and then encapsulate it into the nanoparticles, and then cover with the on the surface of the nanoparticle by a gatekeeper to retain the release of the cargo into the cells. And finally, it will be taken up by the cells and then release the cargo inside of the cell. If you notice, this is a term usually named as endosomal escape. So this is very important to induce the escape, to induce the cargo into the cells, by using a certain gatekeeper. So here is the method. We did extraction of the plant. This is to extract the plant by using ethanol and then fractionate it by certain solvent, hexane, ethyl acetate, and then also water. And then we checked the content inside. And then we prepared a nanoparticle, mesoporosylica nanoparticle, the characterization of this particle between 2 until 50 nanometers. So we have to check it. And then once we prepared the nanoparticle and we modified on the surface of the particle and then encapsulated the intended of the fraction as an active ingredient, and then we did a characterization and also check into the cells. So here, part of the result. Here we check what is the major content inside of the fraction. We extract it by ethanol solvent, and we wanted to know which fraction contain active ingredient to be used as to treat the cancer cells. So long story short, so we can obtain the result, which is naphthoquinone, 1,4-naphthoquinone, which is exactly exists in the ethyl acetate. So we use this ethyl acetate fraction to be encapsulated into the mesoporosylica nanoparticle. And then when we did characterization of this particle, encapsulating of this fraction ethyl acetate, the loading capacity and encapsulation efficiency, you can see the result here. As a comparison with other extract, it's quite high. So other previous studies around 13 or 25% around. Then when we did characterization of this nanoparticle, we use template surfactant CTAB. So the particle, you can see this is around 270 nanometer around until 3000 around. The thing is, when we did such kind of modification on the surface of the nanoparticle, so the increase of the size was obtained. And also by using a modification of the surface of the nanoparticle, we have positively charged of the particle, which can be used to internalize into the cells, since the cells in the surface of the cells usually it has a negative charge due to the rich in heparan sulfate proteoglycans. Okay, so this is also characterization of the mesoporosylica nanoparticle. Step by step, we did characterization, but at the end, we can have the modification of the nanoparticle existed. Okay, so here this is morphology of the nanoparticle. This is final product. We did two types of the modification. to induce endosomal escape of particles inside the cell. The A1 is this particle modified by polyethylene imine, and then the B1, this is the same type, but more than the modification on the surface of the nanoparticle polyethylene imidazole. And if you can see, when we did many modification on the surface of the nanoparticle, which is organic compound, as we can see, the loss of the weight of the particle also in line. So when in the table 3, if you can see here that the highest modification of the nanoparticle, we have lost the weight, which is exactly the particle exists. MSN fraction encapsulated, and then the highest modification of the polyethylene imidazole. So as the result, when we tested the particle into the cells, the thing is we want to have cancer activity of the fraction, but we want to have the carrier which is safe to be used. So first we have to check whether the particle is okay or not. So here the blue or the green around the bar, so you can see all the concentration of the particle we use is quite safe. Then we checked the fraction of the plants. We set 80% of the viability of the cell, it should be okay. Then if we want to use this plant to be acted as anti-cancer, so it should be more than here around 25 microgram per milliliter. So then we have to combine the fraction as a drug to be encapsulated in the mesoprosilicon nanoparticle. And both the result in the right one. So we have two types of the modification of the nanoparticle. The upper one, this is only one type modification, polyethylene imine. So the lower one is polyethylene imidazole. If we can see that the particle which is modified by polyethylene imine, particularly in the highest concentration, is quite similar the result with the extract fraction only. But the good one from this result, as we can see, this when a nanoparticle modified by imidazole polyethylene imine, you can see that only carrier, it's quite safe. The highest concentration also it's okay. But then when this particle encapsulating the fraction, activity of anti-cancer can be seen. And then when we did only a fraction, also it's quite weak. So long story short, so we built successfully the particle, mesoprosilicon nanoparticle encapsulating fraction to be tested as anti-cancer. So as a conclusion, mesoprosilicon nanoparticle conjugated with the polyethylene imine and imidazole modified PEI is already prepared. But the better one, it should be generated by imidazole modified polyethylene imine. So this is the result. As an output, we did fractionation, and then we obtained two kinds of the fraction, which is potential. The first one from n-hexane, actually can be used as anti-inflammation. So this is in the review process. And the second one, which is for the anti-cancer, we are preparing the manuscript to be submitted in the certain journal. Thank you.
Professor Diki for inspiring presentation. Is there any question from the audience? Okay, maybe from me. So I wonder that are the challenge of MSN is actually quite difficult to synthesize it, Prof. So do you think that this nanoparticle delivery system could be also applied for other natural products that have a potential to be anti-cancer, Prof?
Yeah. Of course, this mesoporosic nanoparticle can be used as potentially to be delivered for the intracellular level. And as you pointed out, the synthesis of the mesoporosic nanoparticle is so many steps. So I think this is also challenging. The thing is, we want to modify the pH to be induced easily when internalized into the cell. So that's why can release cargo into the cells very much. So I think this is also could be possible by changing, if it is not quite possible to be escalated into the upscale production, for instance, so we can shift into the certain carrier which can be producible in the large scale. But the thing is the point of view of in the science, I think this is quite interesting. Thank you.
Okay. Any question from the audience? Okay. Maybe one more question, Prof. So I wonder, so is there any like a future direction for this your research? For example, you want to like upscale to the in vivo application or something like that, Prof?
Yes, of course. We see that from the in vitro result, it seems promising, but still we have to challenge, particularly for the in vivo study, whether it worked properly or not. So for the next study, yes, we will move to the in vivo level. Thank you.
Thank you. So the time is already over. So please give applause for Professor Diki. Thank you so much for your interesting presentation. And next we will have Professor Dr. Renat Apotheker Sopi Damayanti to deliver her research. And the floor is yours, Prof.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Yangi. Good afternoon, Asahi Foundation Chairperson, Shimamura Sensei, and honorable members of the Asahi Glass Foundation, fellow researcher, and also ladies and gentlemen in this auditorium. My name is Sopi Damayanti. It's a great honor for me to present our research entitled Development of High Fission Ratio Oligopeptides from Spirulina platensis originated Indonesia as potential anti-inflammatory. I also acknowledge my members, Dr. Tursino from School of Pharmacy, Dr. Indra Wibowo from School of Life Science and Technology, and we also have our student here, doctoral student Anindita and Naura for bachelor degree. We for sure thank you for Asahi Foundation for giving us the funding. This is my first time to get the grant, so I'm excited to share our research. So we can see from here, inflammation is involved in the wide range of the disease and closely associated with many chronic disease. Actually, in treatment for this inflammation, we have some active compound that already used for the treatment for inflammation. But still, usually for the long-term use may cause undesirable side effect. Therefore, there is increasing interest in the discovering natural bioactive compound that we hope we can get safer compound and also still have high therapeutic potential. So in this research, we have Spirulina platensis. This is a microalga, well known for the high protein content, and also it shows several benefit, yeah. For example, with the high content of the protein. So in this study, we have the research objective to produce the high Fischer ratio from Spirulina platensis through protein purification and enzymatic hydrolysis, and then also to characterize the molecular properties and peptide profiles of this high Fischer ratio, and then also to evaluate the potential of anti-inflammatory followed by the antioxidant and also regenerative agent activity, and identify the most promising of the bioactive fraction. So we have the method here, we have the alga, we do the maceration. Firstly, we homogenize with the phosphate buffer at the pH of 7.2, and then we do sonification and centrifugation, and then we followed with the protein purification using the ammonium sulfate, and then also we have the concentration between 20 until 80%. And then after that, we also do the hydrolysis with papain, the enzyme, and followed by the second hydrolysis using flavozyme. And then after that, we do the adsorption with activated carbon, and hopefully we already got the high Fischer oligopeptide. For the characterization, we also do analysis for the content using the Bradford method. And then after that, followed by hydrolysis using SDS page. And then also we continue with activity assay. The first one, we also using the antioxidant determination. And the second one, we use the inflammation induction using caudal fin zebrafish. Okay, so these are the result for our research. You can see from the left table, we have the protein content using the bread method. We have the sample from the crude protein and all the variety of the composition of the ammonium sulfate. And we check the process after the hydrolysis as well. We got the content of the protein and also the high Fischer ratio content. So you can see from the table that AS40 showed the highest result in the protein content with the value of the 4.88, and also showing good result for the high Fischer ratio. In the second table, we see the antioxidant activity using Trolox equivalent antioxidant capacity, and it's also show that AS40 showing the best result for the antioxidant. So we can see that it can be indicating that the production of smaller peptides also enhance the radical scavenging activity. So from these two tables, we can get a first conclusion that we will further investigate the AS40 for the next result. Then for the identification of hydrolyzed protein by SDS page analysis, we can see from here, we have the data from before hydrolysis, after hydrolysis with the papain, and after hydrolysis with the flavozyme. So we can see that the spirulina protein degraded into smaller peptide fragments. Yeah. So compare with the untreated protein, the hydrolyzed samples showed a clear reduction in high molecular weight protein bands, so indicating successful peptide generation. So that we can see that the hydrolysis process support the result to get the higher ratio for the oligopeptides. So from this result, we continue with the biological activity. Nah, from the left picture here, you can see we did the research to caudal fin regeneration activity after inflammation induction. We used the zebra fish, maybe a little bit wonder why the fish become our model for is it we relate to the fish or not gitu ya, or this is because the zebra fish share the high percentage in the DNA and it also easy to observe. So we can see from here we have the representative stereomicroscopic image of the caudal fin regeneration in zebra fish larva treated with protein and also protein hydrolysate samples under UVB condition at 0, 24, and 48 hours post amputation, yeah, to get the inflammation. And then the groups include the negative control, the CP and AS40. As mentioned before, this AS40 is the best result from the previous study. And then you can see from the red line is the amputation plan, and whereas the yellow outline see the regenerative. So we can see from here that the analysis revealed that the hydrolyzed AS40 fraction produced the strongest regenerative response compared with the control and the other treatment groups. This result indicate also the enzymatic hydrolysis significantly enhance the regenerative capacity of spirulina derived peptides. Yeah, so you can see from the right graph that when we use the enzyme for the papain and also for the flavozyme, it shows the good result for the AS40. Okay, so for the publication output, we already submitted the result to the ACS publication. You can see from here the title is reporting our result for the two-step enzymatic hydrolysis and also the result of the activity for the antioxidant and also the regenerative study. And on the right side, we have the article for the review paper. We already submitted in Indonesian Journal of Pharmacy that we started for the reference study. And it's already under review process. Both are indexed in Scopus. So for the conclusion, we have here that SDS page analysis demonstrated that the hydrolysis process using papain and flavozyme successfully hydrolyzed spirulina protein into small peptides, and also antioxidant activity increase after the hydrolysis process. The 40% ammonium sulfate fraction or AS40 was the most promising fraction for further development due to its high protein content, good antioxidant activity, and optimal regeneration in the zebrafish model after inflammation induction. So these findings indicate that Spirulina pratensis derive or high viscer or oligopeptides, particularly the AS40 hydrolysate, are promising natural bioactive peptide as potential anti-inflammatory. So further, we will investigate it to destined step for antioxidant and regenerative agent. Okay, thank you very much for your kind attention. And again, thank you for the Asahi Glass Foundation for the funding.
Thank you, Professor Sophie, for your presentation. Any question from the audience? Okay, I have a question, Prof. So, do you think that this product can be upscaled as a like for example, supplement or maybe for the cosmetic because you mentioned antioxidant and regenerative agent.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, thank you. I think this one is quite challenging, yeah, because when we already have got the higher ratio oligopeptide, we can propose to further formulation. The first one, we can use it in the capsule as the supplement from the powder, and also we can also use it as the cosmetic for the skin inflammation and also for the skin regeneration. But before that, for sure, we have further study to do first the LC mass spectrometry to find or to determine the characterization exactly what is the structure of the oligopeptide protein.
I see. Any question from the audience? One question. So maybe one more question from
Okay.
me. So if it is will be delivered as an oral or supplement that you can swallow it. So do you think there is a challenge about the stability during in our gastrointestinal? So this product should be, I mean, if it is, will upscale to the product should be protected from the digestive enzyme, or we necessary to be degraded by the enzyme in our
Yeah, I
digestive
think
system.
it's correct statement, yeah, especially the protein is easily hydrolyzed, and we have like stomach pH situation and also from the gut situation. There are many methods to prevent the, like we say, the destroy of the our product. So we can do like coating to prevent the protein destroy in our digestive system. So after that, before that, for sure, we have also to check the toxicity prediction and also toxicity using the laboratory to make sure that our customer or our patient will consume our product without bad effect, something like that.
Time is enough, Professor. Thank you for your presentation once again. And then please give applause for Professor Sophie. Next, we will have two more incredible speakers and one and then we will continue to Professor Dr. Renat Apotheker Rahmat Mauludin. So the time is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. To be honors, I will be here, and then I will grateful to say thank you for the Asahi supporting my research. So my research is development of targeting macrophage delivery of the beta-quilin loaded nanostructure lipid carrier to improve pulmonary tuberculosis treatment, and supporting, of course, by Genius, the Asahi Glass Foundation. Me, myself is Rahmat Mauludin, and then our team is Professor Neng Piseri, Dr. Satriadi, and candidate Dr. Asti Rahayu. Okay, according to the WHO, in 2025 reported that we have 10 million cases of the tuberculosis then 1 million is come the death to the patient, and then 30% of the tuberculosis because of the multi-drug resistant. Then WHO provide the guideline in 2022. Then we have now that the guideline, we call this one BPALM M, bedaquiline formatted, and then line no solid, and then promaxin. Then in here, we focusing to the bedaquiline and formulation into the nanoparticle. And then we have two steps in here for the passive targeting nanoparticle by reduced particle size in the nanostructure lipid carrier. In the here, in the nanostructure lipid carrier to reduce particle size. And then after that, we modified this nanoparticle by coat with the hyaluronic acid as the active targeting in here to the macrophage, because we know that Mycobacterium tuberculosis will be stay or at host is in the macrophage, then therefore we target it into the macrophage cell. In here that the macrophage cell has CD44 receptor, then we coat the nanoparticle with the hyaluronic acid, and then we target it with the receptor CD44. We have already know this one nanostructure lipid carrier, and then bedaquiline will be caught in here, and then we modified the surface by the hyaluronic acid, and then it will be by nebulized and then goes to the alveoli. After that, then in the alveoli, macrophage cell has the CD44 receptor, then interact with the NLC coated by hyaluronic acid, and then in here by the visualization, and then in there interact with the Mycobacterium tuberculosis. So the method, we have 5-step method. First one method is the formulation and then characterization. In here, nanostructure lipid carrier consists of the lipid phase. Lipid phase is combination with CT alcohol and then oleic acid, and then stabilized by surfactant plantacare with the cetyl 3-methylaminum chloride, or by diacetyldimmonium chloride, DCC or CTIC. And then after that, we coat with the hyaluronic acid by electrostatic and carbodiimide interaction with the styrene for the process in between 15 hours. And then we characterize by size, data potential, and then etc., and then morphology as well. Second step is CT and the cellular uptake assay, cytotoxicity by MTS assay. In here we use MTS, and then exposure the nanoparticle on the raw cell after the or 2 days, and then cell viability we check it. And then for the uptake cell, we can use null rate loaded NLC incubated in the raw cell as well. Then with the flow cytometry, then we check it the intensity FTIC assay to check the intensity of the null rate. And then another one is anti-tuberculosis activity in vitro. This is checked by the agar diffusion cell, the diffusion method, sorry. In here we use 2 strain, normal strain tuberculosis S37RV, and then with the resistant tuberculosis strain, we can know MDR TB strain, and then we suspend into the agar, then with solid medium. After that, we make the dish. Then this will be impregnated with the drug or with the nanoparticle, and then incubated until 2 weeks. And then we see the inhibition diameter zone, and then we check it normally. For the good one is 20 millimeter inhibition zone. The fourth step is for checking, because we use pulmonary delivery as pulmonary to the lungs. In here we can check it the aerosolization performance. In here we use Anderson cascade infector as simulator to for the droplet or for the particle, and the Anderson cascade impactor like this one is the to see the mediator particle, or the we can say this droplet after nebulizer, and then we check it the fraction of the fine particle fraction and median aerodynamic diameter, and then respirable fraction or geometric standard deviation. And then The last one, we check it biodistribution in the in people imaging system. In here, we use deer imaging using the deer labeling nanoparticle, and then to see the signal, we use fluorescent, and then we located organ as well to check it for the ex people imaging, then check it the efficiency in the organ for the translocation of the nanoparticle. First result is regarding about the formation. Actually, our formation because stabilized with the cationic surfactant, then it produces the zeta potential in positive charge. DCC and CTSC is the cationic surfactant. Then after that, we coat the surfactant with the hyaluronic acid, and then change from the charge from the positive one to be negative. Then what is the reason by change positive to be negative? It will be see in the next result. And then after that, we see the morphology of by transmission electron microscopy. In here, we can see that the particle with the magnification 10,000 times, the particle is morely spheric, and then the relative particle size around 200 nanometer. And then in here, after that, we can see that are agree with the size of the in here. That's after we measure with dynamic light scattering. And then for the cytotoxicity, in here, why we change the charge of the surface from the positive into negative, this is the reason. Because if see the cytotoxicity we determine, then we can see the positive charge is increasing for the cytotoxicity because IC50 around 50 microgram per milliliter. And then when we coat with the hyaluronic acid, this will be improved the cytotoxicity or reduce the cytotoxicity from 50 until 120 is similar with the non-charged with the beta-choline normal. Therefore, we can see with change the charge of the surface, then will be improved or reduce cytotoxicity activity. And then another one, cellular uptake efficiency. We use the cellular uptake will rate. In here, we check it with the flow cytometry. Then we see that the cellular uptake in here, and we compare between the uncoated and coated is likely increasing, but the most important thing is we comparing between the combination of the nanoparticle coated with the hyaluronic acid and then more with the extra hyaluronic acid. It means we determined that whether the hyaluronic acid will be interacts with the CD44 receptor. After this, we can see that the signal will be reduced significantly. This indicating that interaction between the CD44 will be mediated by the hyaluronic acid. That hyaluronic acid is most important thing to interact with the CD44 receptor. For the anti-tuberculosis activity, in here we can check it, the anti-tuberculosis activity with the agar medium method. In here we can see beta-choline itself only has joint inhibition around 10 millimeter, but if we formulate it with the nanostructure lipid carrier increasing until 21 or 27 millimeter, indicated that nanoparticle improving the activity of the anti-tuberculosis activity mostly until 2.5 until 3 times. That will be good, result in here. Then another one is aerosol performance pulmonary deposit profile. We use the Anderson cascade impactor. Anderson cascade impactor is suitable because obviously it used for the USB method, article number 601 and 1604. And here we can see the pine fraction. The pine fraction almost mostly around 80%, or is good result because 80% with the particle size below than 5 micron. We can see the below 5 micron it will be entrapped or will be located in the deep lungs, deep lung disposition with particle below than 5. Right? Then the result is the result supporting for the pulmonary administration of the anti-tuberculosis. The final one for the biodistribution with the in vivo imaging system. With this one, we can see cyclically there are after 24-hour or after 2-hour exposure, the drug will be goes to the lung, and then after that, until 24 will be goes to the liver, but it's slightly or the amount of the drug after 24-hour pulmonary administration is almost this is small amount only in the heart. There are in this indicating the drug is most safe with comparison with the traditional of the Sertorius with the prolonging effects, because if you use mostly the drug every day, it will be to be retention drug. Therefore, it's the high risk of the drug. Then is here the biodistribution of the nanoparticle will be mostly in the lung. Immediately, it's from the signal, fluorescent signal, it will be in the lung, and then after that, will be goes to the until 24 hour in the liver, and the liver is mean they are metabolized by liver. After that, this will be safe distribution to our body. This one is the conclusion of our research that coating by hydroxy acid is provided loaded is going to be more effective for the DCC. So it means the DCC, dicetyl diammonium chloride stabilizer, compared to the CTAC, and then hydrochloric acid reduce it here, reduce the cytotoxicity, and then molecular hyaluronic acid will be interact with the CD44 receptor. It means that internalization to the cell will be mediated by this receptor, because if we see that are only molecule, the signal is will be lower compared to the in the nanoparticle. Then all formulation have the aerosol good optimal aerosol performance, because the particle with the after nebulizer is will be below 5 micrometer. It's indicating the good one result. Then in people imaging confirm minimal cardiac uptake. It means it will be safe. Then superior in the lung, it will deposit in the lungs. Then supporting for the potential as inhalable anti-TB nanomedicine. For the output of our research is we have already published 2 publications in the PubMed. We have 2 publications, and then we have already a presentation in the international seminar in ACCP 2026 in the early July in Bangkok, Thailand. Then I will appreciate and then say thank you for the supporting Asahi Foundation. It will be good honor that our research will be done. Then it's already produced to publication. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Ahmad. It's very interesting presentation and it is very important. And as you know that TB in Indonesia has is the highest rank in over the world. So we Indonesia is the second highest rank for the tuberculosis. So this is important, I think, important research from Professor Ahmad. So is there any question from the audience? Okay, I have a question, Professor. So it is a confirmation. So if it is will be a product, so it will be an inhalation drug for anti-MDR TB, Prof. Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and considering Indonesia highest rank in TB, so what's translational step do you need to accelerate this technology from lab research right now to clinically applicable, Prof?
Okay, actually, we have we have done with the nebulizer process in here. Sorry. And we have already we did the nebulizer process for the process that the actually the formulation is still in the liquid formulation, but with the nebulizer, I mean inhaler, we can produce the droplet in the aerosol form. That the process is at the beginning for the laboratorium, we can use only the solution, but we should to checking for the next step, for the further step is the stability and etc. And then we should to scale up everything in the high volume of the solution or liquid formulation. After we have high volume person, and then we can say produce to for the industrial product. It means for the in laboratorium case, there are no issue, but we need to improve for the processing in the scale up process, for the stability, for the everything. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Prof. So one more question, maybe. Do you think that you need to like contact or collaborate with industry to accelerate this technology?
Of course, we should to contact with the industry because this is only the laboratorium process, but in improving for the this one, we need to scale up. Then for the scale up, we need contraction. We need contact with the industry.
Okay. Yeah, I hope it can like have a collaboration with industry, Prof.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much for the presentation. Please give a warm applause to Professor Rahman. Okay, last but not least, we will have one more speaker, Antonius Indarto, PhD from FTI ITB. So it will be delivered for 10 minutes. Please, the time is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Antonius Sindarto from Faculty of Industrial Technology of ITB. Okay, for today's presentation, I would like to present to all of you, but I hope all of you not so tired because this is the last of presentation, yeah, of this session. Yeah, it's related with the isomerization of fatty acid methyl ester. Yeah, probably you are not familiar with the fatty acid methyl ester. It's actually the biodiesel. Yeah, with a solid superacid catalyst to improve the cloud flow properties of biodiesel. Okay, I think you are familiar with the energy security. Yeah, in the next future, I think probably in 2050, yeah, the demand of the energy will be double. Yeah, so it's mean that the requirement of energy it will be increased. Yeah, and still we cannot rely on the petroleum or the fossil fuel. Yeah, so we have to move to the next ones, to the renewable ones. Yeah, one of them is the biodiesel. And actually in Indonesia, yeah, biodiesel is already implemented since 2006. So it's already 20 years anniversary of the utilization of biodiesel in Indonesia. And I believe you already know also by the early of this month, yeah, our government already implemented 50%, yeah, of the biodiesel into the fossil diesel. Yeah, so it could be the highest in the world. Yeah, that we implement that renewable or vegetable oil in our fossil diesel. Yeah, but actually biodiesel is has advantage but also disadvantage. Yeah, some of them actually there are two that we can say about the advantage of the biodiesel. The first one is related the oxidation stability. Okay, many comment, okay, many critic related the biodiesel because this polymerization, okay, and it's because of the oxidation stability. It's not stable. Okay, and then the second one, okay, actually it's easily tend to be a solid form. That is the reason in a certain area in Indonesia, for example in Papua, in Puncak Jaya, mountainous area, because the temperature is very cold, yeah. So the biodiesel easily become solid, yeah. So we cannot utilize anymore. So that's why in Puncak Jaya, for example, that it is not mandatory to use biodiesel. So these are the two problem with the biodiesel, yeah. And then I say thanks to this Asahi Glass Foundation grant because by this grant we can do some research related in how to improve the quality of biodiesel in terms of the cloud flow properties in here. Yeah. How to improve the biodiesel in terms of the cloud flow properties? Yeah. Actually, there are many ways to do that one. Yeah, from the, for example, the addition of the another component, fractionation, alkyl modification, yeah, chain modification, also the cracking. Yeah, we already did almost all of this method. Yeah, and two of them is already granted from the Asahi Glass Foundation. So thank you very much. And we end up with the isomerization. Why is isomerization in this case is important? Because yeah, the important of the method to improve the biodiesel actually that we want to improve the property of the diesel without sacrificing the other properties. This is the difficult part of how we improve the biodiesel in terms of the cloud flow properties. Yeah, so I will tell you about the isomerization later. Yeah, this is the way for us to do the research. Actually, we try to find the good catalyst to do the isomerization. Why isomerization? Because by isomer or have the branching of the molecule, yeah, so the cloud flow property will be improved. So it will be still in the liquid in the cold temperature. This is the important one. Yeah. So what kind of catalyst that we use? Actually, that is called as the superacid catalyst. Yeah. Or we say that the sulfated tin oxide catalyst. Yeah. This catalyst actually is not a new one. Yeah. This is actually the old method used by the petroleum refinery. In the petroleum refinery, there is a unit called as the isomerization unit. Yeah, so we try to adopt this technique, yeah, for this kind of the improvement of the biodiesel. Yeah, so we use also the superacid catalyst, but in this case it's different in terms of the metal. Yeah, we use tin, yeah, tin oxide catalyst, yeah, and we try to do the isomerization of the biodiesel because the difference between the biodiesel and the diesel coming from petroleum is actually the saturation of the chain. Yeah, in as you know that in the natural product, a lot of the unsaturated bond appears in the molecule. So it's quite different compared to the petroleum one. Yeah. So in this case, we try to do the isomerization, yeah, to improve the cold flow properties, and also that we want to compare with other method, yeah, as I mentioned before, by using the bioadditive, by using turpentine oil and also terpineol. Why? It's become a question. Why is turpentine? because again, Indonesia is the largest number 3 importer of the pine oil. Yeah, so again, we rely on ourselves because again, the solution should be also rely on the natural product of Indonesia. Yeah, this is the way that we have to do. Yeah, and this is the result. Yeah, I can say that we conduct many analysis about the catalyst and also the product. Yeah, and related with the catalyst, I can say in here that is we successfully synthesize the solid, the super acid catalyst. Why? We can see from here. Yeah, the acidity is increasing from the normal is 0.2. It's increased almost 10 times into 2.0. Yeah, and then the number of the bronzite acid is also increased. Yeah, from 0.6 into the 15. We also successful with preparing the catalyst with the high surface area, match with the molecule size of the biodiesel. This is also important. Yeah, because the catalyst, the molecule will attach to the surface of the catalyst and conduct the reaction there. Yeah, so we have to prepare the catalyst which is match with the size of the molecule of the biodiesel, and we can do that one. And how about the result, Kecele? And this is the result. We can say that the conversion is 12%. Probably some of you, hi, the conversion is very low. It's only 12%, not 100% or almost 90%. No, because in the case that the conversion of 100%, so it's mean that is all of the normal bond, it will be branched or will be isomerized. It's not good. Why? Because the property will be changed. So in this case again, we want to improve a bit about the property of biodiesel without sacrificing the another properties that is already good. Yeah. So that is the reason that why we say that the 12% conversion is very good. I mean that is from the normal brand into the branching molecule. Yeah. With we can define that in this case that some of them is already isomerization. There are two types of isomerization, cis and trans, and also the branching isomerization. Okay, and also the good one is the cracking is relatively low in this case. Why? Because in the petroleum unit, in the refinery unit, usually the cracking is very high. But in this case, it's different. We don't want the cracking process. Cracking, it's mean that is we try to crack, we try to change the molecule into the smaller molecule, but we don't want that one. Yeah, we want to stay with the number of the carbon, stick with the number carbon. So we have to reduce the number of the cracking because of the super acid catalyst. Okay, and then related with the property, yes, we can reduce that number of pp. Pp is mean that pour point in here. Yeah, and then so the pour point increase. What is different? The different actually we can see in here. Yeah, when we introduce the turpentine oil or terpeneol, the additive in here, yeah, we can reduce the pour point, but we sacrifice the oxidation stability. This is the difficulty things. Yeah, we want to improve one things, but we reduce the property of the other things. Yeah, we don't want that one. Yeah, so following this result, we can say that is although we can reduce the pour point of the isomerization product, we say that is the oxidation stability increase. So it's mean that we improve the two things, cold flow property increase and also the oxidation stability also increase. Yeah. So this is the main important result that we can obtain from this research. Yeah, and from the conclusion, we can say that is the isomerization could be the best way for us to improve the quality of the biodiesel that we already use in Indonesia. Yeah, and as we already know from that result that cis-trans isomerization is the main reason why we can reduce the pour point temperature, yeah, and also that the quality has improved in term also in term of the oxidation stability. Yeah, And in terms of the publication on outcome of this research, we already published two journal. Yeah, the first one is in the Q1 journal in Discover Sustainability, and also they already published in the Q2 journal. Yeah, and I think that's all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Antonios, for your nice presentation. So, any question from the? Oh, so many questions. Okay.
Because
Okay,
the last.
Thank you for your presentation. My question is very simple. You selected the tin oxide, sulfate of the tin oxide as a catalyst. But can we use titanium oxide on the zinc oxide instead of tin oxide? This is my question.
Okay. Yes, it's possible that we use the titanium oxide, for example. But the selection of the catalyst in our case is depend on the price, because as you know that this will be used for the palm oil company, which is in terms of the price for the production, they don't want to be very expensive one. So we try to select the cheaper catalyst, the cheaper metal as the main active catalyst, as a main active metal for this case. So this is why we end up with the tin sulfate oxide catalyst.
So it's related to the efficiency.
Yes,
yeah.
yes, the price.
The
Economic
price.
is the important one.
Yeah. Okay. Next question is from Prof. Satri.
Thank you very much. I'm just wondering if you heard the news recently. India basically put a higher percentage of biofuel into their diesels, and they would just do it. The government would do it, but apparently there's a lot of disappointment from the car owners, because apparently the performance of the car in terms of the mileage per liter is not slightly, but significantly reduced. And also the engine itself, apparently, if I'm not mistaken, reading the articles, the engine produced before certain time could not basically deal with these changes, but newer engines could handle these changes. So I'm just wondering, in terms of implementation of this, basically you add more biofuel into Padu. So would that be also a concern here in Indonesia? Thank you.
Yeah. I agree with you that currently there are many critics related to the performance of biodiesel. Yes, we open about that one. Yes, this is correct. Why? The reason is the things that the main things that I mentioned to all of you, the oxidation stability, because compared to the petroleum one, the diesel coming from the vegetable oil is not so stable. So it's mean that is when we produce it, we have to directly use it without putting in the storage in the long time. Because why? Because it tends to have the polymerization. So it's mean that when we have the polymerization and etc. So it will be a problem with the engine. This is and also the other things about the cold flow properties. I agree with that one. So that's why the reason why we have mandate from the BPDP, the foundation from the palm oil industry, to do the research. In parallel with this grant, we also have that kind of grant from the palm oil foundation. And also with that current that status of the biodiesel, in case of the B50, the government give the more stringent requirement rule in terms of the quality of biodiesel. For example, the oxidation stability. Before, when we applied the B40, the oxidation stability is 12 hours compared to the petroleum diesel, which is 40. But for the B50, it's increased into the 18 in terms of the oxidation stability. So it's mean that is in terms of the production we have to improve. Yeah, the mechanism how we to produce the biodiesel itself. Yeah, we have to improve the quality, can also the any impurities there in the biodiesel. Yeah, that's I think that in some point, Pak, yeah, I believe that we have to move forward related with that one, and also that in Malaysia and also in Thailand, the blending ratio is still 20-30, but we are moved to the 50. I think is the there is consequence there, but yeah, yeah, follow us actually. But again, because I don't say that is we have no option, but in terms of energy security, and also from the point of view geopolitics, current geopolitics, I think is that one is the best option for us for today. Yeah.
Such a nice question, nice discussion. Maybe more question? No? Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Antonius. Please give applause. So this is the end of this afternoon session. I hope all the incredible speakers and also the inspiring presentation encourage us more to do the better research and also spark us always as a researcher. Okay, now I will back and return to Bu Osi. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you
having
so much, Dr. Pinanga. Well, our great moderator, can I have round of applause for Dr. Pinanga? Thank you so much, Ibu Yangi. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we have still lots of 1,000 people in this room. So I would like to invite Dr. Grand Prix Kaja to deliver the closing remarks. You're welcome.
Check, check.
Check, check. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Our distinguished guest, Mr. Takuya Shimamura, Dr. Naoki Sugimoto, Mr. Hiroshi Usui, Dr. Hidefumi Odaka, Mr. Toshiro Kawabata, Mr. Edi Susanto, Pak Edi, Mr. Sulfianto, Pak Sulfianto, selamat datang Pak, terima kasih. Mr. Nurio Nozokido, and Mr. Haruhiko Ishimoto, all the Asahi Glass Foundation delegates. Again, thank you very much for your continued support to ITB. And I should emphasize again that as we have witnessed before, most of the grantees for the past year, the results have been published in reputable journals with Asahi name on it, with Asahi Glass Foundation in the acknowledgement as the funders. Thank you very much again for your continued support to ITB. And I believe that for the next years, for the next decade, we still consider Asahi Glass Foundation as our long, continuous strategic partner of ITB. Thank you very much again, and thank you very much for all the participants who have stayed in the room for this full day. Thank you very much for your attendance here, for all the grantees. The new grantees, the previous grantees have set the bar very high. So please meet this bar or even higher than before. Thank you very much again. And on behalf of the Office of Vice Rector for Research and Innovation, I formally close this grand ceremony and seminar. We wish you have a good day. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Kaja. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of our event today. If you would like to access, this is the checkout for the certificate for those who stayed for the morning session and the afternoon session. And also, can we show the photo QR code? for the photos. So the photos are already uploaded on the Google Drive. So anyone who would like to access the photos, those are already available. Okay. Well, on behalf of the organizing committee, we extend our sincere gratitude for the Asahi Glass Foundation. Thank you so much, minasama. Arigatou gozaimasu. So it has been our privilege to host this event. We look forward to the pleasure of welcoming you again next year in 2027. Thank you so much. Arigatou gozaimasu.